Hi everyone, welcome to the Cloud and Loud mini conference. This is part two, or you can call it as track two. And in this track, we are having a total of 9 sessions. And the first session is going to be on Terraform automation, and it will be conducted by Sonia. So, without no further ado, let's get started with the first session of track two.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Hi, Sonia. Welcome for this session. So thanks for your time. So we will discuss couple of about your product, how good in automation, especially on the cloud and DevOps. Probably we can slowly walk through, and I'll ask for your small demo so that it will help community. First of all, I will introduce my community. We have started this to help most of the cancer initiatives. So, as a technical persons, we are trying to introduce more tool will help the companies as well as the IT professional on their day-to-day job. Uh, so, of course, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, so thanks for inviting first. I would love to show you the product, the Kaholo. About my brief introduction, my name is Sonia. I work as a developer advocate in Kaholo. I have some DevOps background. I was working with both on-prem and cloud environments. Some administrational, operational jobs, and right now I'm here to show you the fantastic tool for automation, for easy automation. So about some, I don't know, some side parts. My passion beside of IT is traveling. I was in around 25 countries so far and doing some do-it-yourself things, but it's on the side, so let's follow the main topic.
Okay. How did you come up with this tool name, Kaglo? I think it's a really different name. I would like to explain.
Okay, so name is the Hawaiian word. Actually it stands for it means swift and nimble, and I feel like this term is really appropriate for this tool because it's really good translation.
Okay. And basically, can you help to understand how this tool will help us, our DevOps and automation community?
So I think for sure it will easier to create some kind of small automation pipelines. I mean, it's mostly graphical, so it's really intuitive, and it's maybe not codeless solution right now, but it really eases the job. So and also, if you have things that you have not automated so far, you may start consider to automate it with Kaholo. Actually.
Okay, so which means people who don't know about Terraform, everything, they can just this tool as a UI, they can create all their automation, correct?
Exactly. I mean, it's not only for DevOps people. It's only also intended for developers, QA, and other, but still tech people. Okay, still people person needs to know some stuff about IT, but it doesn't require, let's say, deep programming language.
Okay. That will help a lot of people, because now many people are want to start their career, or many companies wants to introduce their automation, but due to lack of skills, they are struggling. Maybe this tool will help them on a day one. They don't need any expertise. Only thing is they need to explore this tool.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have one question.
And
Okay,
okay, go.
go on.
Yeah, so this automation tool is only related to cloud and DevOps, or we can automate pretty much anything that we want. In every technologies we can integrate.
It's more than cloud. I mean,
Okay,
we are focusing mostly on good integration
cloud.
with the most popular clouds, but also you can integrate with like some on-prem with other services. Like there is really a lot of them, so it's not only limited to cloud.
Okay, thanks.
And now we started hearing about the low code. Hope you are aware. So how this tool is going to help low code? I understand a person who is using this tool, they don't have much knowledge on the actual Terraform part.
Mhm. Uh,
So can you just
I
give some insight in that?
Mhm. Because it really depends who wants to use this tool. Because for
Okay.
sure, even for sure, you may still know Terraform and get some kind of advantages from that, because we have some plugins with Terraform. You can apply some Terraform data, but it's on the side. If you don't know Terraform at all and you want to, I don't know, deploy some kind of service, deploy some kind of solution and maintain it, and for example, later on change some values, you can still create a pipeline using our plugins and some part of, if it's needed, some part of Bash or Python code to integrate it. So still you may create some kind of logic inside that, even if you haven't used Ansible or Terraform before. But still, for sure, you need to learn a bit Kaholo, but actually the time that you need to know and start to create, it's like counted in, let's say, hours, not days. So
Okay.
this is a really big advantage.
Because so far, whatever we are seeing, many of the students or they are really struggling one complete use cases, because they want
Mhm.
to create the script, they want, and they want to store it as a version. All complications are there. We already started exploring your tool, and it's pretty much straightforward. To know
Mhm.
what to do, they can simply come and draw parameters, and they can utilize it.
Yes,
And
exactly.
how
But still, of course, you
normal automation.
uh, okay, come on.
So
How it's
how do
different?
you explain? Yes.
Okay, so first, like I said before, it's easy of use because primary it's a visual tool. Everything or almost everything can happen on the design part. Of course, if you need more, like you can use different configuration for depending on different environment. If it's test or staging on production, you can use some kind of part code layers, but still you are able to create only on design part working automation solution. So this, I would say, it's the main advantage. Second, it's the flexibility, because even though if you didn't find something inside the plugin and you are experienced enough, I mean, all of them are open source. You are able to modify them by themselves, upload your changed version and use it by yourself. We have open source agents, open source plugins, so you can customize it depending on all of your needs. So these could be the two main.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is your roadmap further? Sorry.
Okay, so for sure in the future, because it's hard to say, it really depends on some kind of, what happened in the future, but for sure we want to focus to make the tool even like more intuitive, even more codeless, because like even if now some parts are require some snippets of code, we want to in the future like get rid of, like not get rid of them, but give for the user choice what he wants to use. For sure, it would be good. And also we want to focus in the future, like right now we're focusing on either easier troubleshooting tools, so to have a really clear, like easy debug of the script and of the pipeline. So, and to be able for user to actually get into the platform, learn by themselves. So this is our main goal.
Yeah, Murali, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so this question is related to the one you answered earlier. So how it is different from normal automation tool. So my question is like, I can understand that this is like creating some pipelines, right? So when we talk about the CI/CD pipelines, so I just want to understand how it is different from a popular automation tools like Jenkins or Travis CI, something like that. What makes Kaholo different? Make it different from the other competitors.
Mhm. So from my point of view, like you don't need that much scripting. You don't need to write whole pipeline in YAMLs, for example, when you are writing GitLab CI. In GitLab CI pipeline, you need to put whole YAML. You have some kind of structure scripting. Here, you just know the logic, and you can like connect specific actions. So this is the first part. Second, things that I think that what we can compare, but maybe not in terms of general technology, but for usage for person, we are, let's say, more nimble. We are able to react faster on customer needs. We are constantly like we are focused because we are smaller. We can let's say react and implement some kind of solutions that actually it's reported and needed by the user. So we are closer to the user for sure than bigger companies. But
And the another major expectation from people is what kind of a technology stack you use Coglu in high level.
Okay, so Kaholo is our current stack is mostly Node.js, TypeScript base, MongoDB, RabbitMQ, and we choose Node.js like for several reasons. For sure, there is a large community, a lot of developers that are really good to know this language. It's like quite popular one. And we wanted to have also, because our code layer also works in JavaScript, so we wanted to have the same layer on platform and agents for easier integrations.
Can you also explain about your product line and how you will compare with your competitors?
As I was mentioned before, I think we are giving more personalized attention for the customer, and also providing kind of support for enterprise clients with help if they need for creation of enterprise solutions for automation.
Okay, the actual part now can you share your screen and give us some small demo of your tool so that I can also go back to my community and I can explain with some more use cases.
Sure. Okay, so let me share the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me. Oh, I see. It's already visible. Okay,
Yes.
so I will show you like first the layout UI, how it looks like. I'm on my environment. Here I have dashboard. Here I have some pipelines with projects. Here there is some kind of scheduler that can work as like a cron, because you are not limited. You can choose how often you want to execute your job, or you can also use cron expression. And like while creating, like to show you actual pipeline, we may start to create one. And here we are able to create blank pipeline, or we can choose something from the template gallery. As you see, we have a lot of ready-to-use templates. I mean, you need to connect it to, for example, your AWS account. You need to connect the plugins, and after that, you can use this template, or you can create your own. So I wanted to show you actually a template for static website deployment on AWS S3 bucket. It's just displaying static page, but I think it's a good example to show in the beginning. So what you can see here, I have already a few plugins that are connecting to some kind of external services. For example, here I'm using Git plugin to clone repository. Here you need to fill up the fields. Here the plugin to directly connect to Amazon, to AWS, and to service S3, so to the buckets. And here we have on list some kind of methods. Here in secrets, we have access key, secret access key to connect, region where we are going to deploy S3 bucket, and the name of the bucket. And some part of here we have another actions, another using AWS S3 plugin. And at the end, we have small integration with Slack. That is telling that when if pipeline went successful and it's finalized. Okay, let's go to my S3 bucket. Let's see how it looks like right now. Okay, and now I'm going to execute this pipeline. Okay, let me just get rid of some small part. Okay, let me execute this. Fantastic.
So this looks cool. Whoever is no drawing, they can easily draw and do automation.
Yes. And here I have information about every action, about creation bucket, upload file, Slack notification. I received Slack notification that website deployed.
Okay.
And let's see what we have inside the bucket. Okay, I see the bucket. It's the public one. It's like for it's. Okay, and now let me just display the page. 1 second, where it was. Sorry. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I think.
In properties, probably we can
It's somewhere, yes, in properties, should be
come down the
here.
last static question. Yes.
Yes, it's here. Okay, I couldn't scroll. Okay, and
Yeah.
thanks. And we have website, our static website here.
So if we want to do this, what we have to do is we need to create a complete script, and we need
Mhm.
to configure. We need a Terraform environment to figure all this. But using this tool, we simply drawn the diagram, what action we need. We just created this automation.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, exactly. So as I'm on this website, I have like here some kind of a few links that probably you already know. So you can just start with sign up and some kind
Yes.
of
Yes.
other useful links, but you probably already know it, or I can paste
Okay.
it
Okay.
later.
And
Okay.
the another part is probably we can how we can contribute if anybody want to contribute open source projects. Is it somewhere you have a process? If you can just explain.
Uh, if like everyone can contribute
Okay.
in Kaholo development. For example,
Okay.
as I mentioned that plugins are open source, you
Okay.
may change it by yourself. Of course, you may leave it for yourself, but you may create pull request to our main repository.
Okay.
Our developer will check it and it's,
Okay, okay, that would be really great. And is it Coglo support any enterprise clients also?
yeah.
Say one organization is having a multiple user, they want to explore or utilize this tool for many of their employees.
Yes. We have already enterprise clients. One of
Okay,
them is Align Technology. I can say it.
okay,
It's on Nasdaq. This company. Second is also like really one popular but DevOps company. So yes, we have enterprise clients.
okay. And one more major question these days from many people is they are creating a lot of pipelines and they are hard coding their credentials. So how are we ensuring you do have any mechanism in the backend to segregate? Okay, logically this user data will not be shared with the other tenant. Basically, it's a
Okay,
tenant model.
we are not multi-tenancy. I mean, each
Okay.
environment is isolated, so
Okay, okay.
it's
So the one environment never ever get
never
polluted with.
touches.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Because that is really important for many people who want to explore this product before.
Mhm.
And is there? I think you already answered, but if anyone want to start this, can you also help us uh, showing how do they start in your website? Probably you can
Yes.
share and explain.
Yes. I think the best way is to join a Slack community
Okay,
first
okay,
and read Getting Started and start creating. And of course, when you have questions and some kind of parts that you don't understand, then go back to the documentation and check how to do it.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for your time, Sonia. This will be helpful for most of our technical architects, even those who are really started a cloud and DevOps career path. So
I hope everyone has understood. I hope everyone has understood the tool and how it can make the life easy. We can literally create and deploy, an S3 bucket in a matter of about a couple of minutes with this amazing tool. So let's continue with the next session, and I would like to introduce you to Sabiha Ashik, who will walk us through AWS Connect solutions. So with no further delay, let's get started with the second session of the track two. Here we go.
Hi. Welcome, Sabiba. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for your time to us today.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So basically, our Cloudnloud tech community we created as a platform. The idea here is we are trying to share the knowledge, and we are inviting companies to showcase their products, their services. Through that, we are planning to raise a fund, give back to the cancer children hospitals. So through this, we got to know your profile. Probably we thought to touch base with you. Can you give me a brief intro about yourself to our audience? Subiva?
Yes. I'm very happy that you have called me for this and really appreciate your noble gesture here. So, my name is Sabiha Ali. I'm working as a solutions architect at Scale Capacity. And Scale Capacity, we are an advanced APN partner and we have Amazon Connect competency. And we have served numerous Amazon Connect customers, and I have been involved with many of the Connect projects. So this Amazon Connect, I'm very passionate about this particular service because we don't cover it in any of the certifications as of now. And I'm also an AWS community builder, and I love to write articles. I like to share knowledge, just like Cloudnloud. So thanks to Cloudnloud for this amazing initiative.
Thanks, Subha. And how you got introduced with AWS Cloud? Since we have many clouds out there in the market, so can you
I
give some points there?
You will be surprised to know that I have been with this cloud journey only for the past 2 to 2.5 years.
Okay.
I used to be a teacher of mathematics, high
Okay.
school and engineering. Yes.
Okay.
And I did my engineering, of course, in computer science. And then, life takes you in different paths. So I used to teach mathematics, and then I went into this cloud journey. I really needed a validation, right?
Yes.
So I went into the certification journey that somebody has to tell me, give me a stamp that yes, you're good in this. So that's how I entered into the certification journey. I really enjoyed it. I became more curious, and now I'm loving it. This is
Okay.
how I
Okay.
started AWS because when I started, it was the market leader, and
Okay.
it was really good. Lot of knowledge articles were available readily.
Okay. The one thing I also agree, the teacher is something massive in our IT terminology. Whenever we teach something, it's not about teaching. We are first thing we are correcting our versions. Second thing, we are getting more question from the community, which we can refine ourselves. This is how we can easily grow rather than go and do the same task every day. It's a good to hear.
Thank you, Vijay.
Uh,
Thank you.
so, so what is the Amazon Connect used for? Basically,
Okay,
in
so
in 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 one of the services, probably I thought to ask you.
okay, so let me give you an introduction right
Yeah.
here. So let me introduce you to this Amazon Connect service. So it is a 100% cloud-based contact center or call
Okay.
center, like how we say.
Okay.
uh, Call center as a service. It
Okay.
sounds very new, but it has been there since 2017. So, a little history, let me give you about this, like how it started. So Amazon.com, the e-commerce website, which we are all very fond of for shopping, they had their own internal call center. They had it for over a decade, and then they decided to productize it in March 2017. So then AWS introduced Amazon Connect, and this is how it has all started.
Okay. And what it offers in Amazon Connect?
Okay, so let me give you, like, even before starting, let us talk about how a conventional call center would function. Okay, so typically in a conventional call center, the average call time would be around 3 to 4 minutes just to reach them, and not much artificial intelligence is also not implemented. And the customer will have to go through all the 10 items in the menu before he chooses the 11th option. We have all experienced that, right?
Yes.
So the customer gets more impatient. So what if we let the customer choose what he wants right from the beginning?
Yes.
Okay, in layman terms, let me ask you, would you prefer to watch a movie in cable TV where you have to wait for that movie to play? Or would you like to watch it in Netflix or Amazon, like where you are the boss of your time, right? You can choose what you want, when you want. So it plays a huge difference, from the customer's perspective.
Okay.
So that is what we are going for with Amazon Connect. So if you see, so let us take a sneak peek, okay, with this Amazon Connect. So it's a contact center service. It is cloud based, and you'll be surprised that it is very easy to use, because I personally used it. I can vouch for it. And it is also omni-channel. Omni-channel, I will discuss what is omni-channel down the road. I will tell you about what is this omni-channel thing. And so it will have all the standard functionality like you have in a normal contact center. And some of its features are skill-based routing. So depending upon the skills of the agents who are working in the call center, the calls will be routed to them. Say if an agent is an expert in handling sales, so all the sales calls can be transferred to him. And if an agent is trained to handle, say, credit cards or loans, then those calls can be routed to him. And next you can see is the voice and chat recording. So we can record the voice and the chat interactions, whatever is happening. So why would we need to do that? Say you want to check the compliance and you want to train the agents more effectively, you can make use of this. And we can also see real-time and historical metrics of the Connect application in the dashboard of the instance. Like any other AWS service, you can see the metrics, right? In CloudWatch, we usually see for other AWS services. Here, you have a different kind of a console, and you'll be able to see all the metrics. You can generate reports. So what is going on in the call center? You'll come to know that.
Okay.
And another thing is it has a very high quality voice capability. So it doesn't use, normally call center uses a PBX phone, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
here we are using a soft phone. So it's web-based, inbound, outbound, telephony. For everything, it is a web-based soft phone. And I will show you how it looks in some time. And so it delivers very high quality 16 kilohertz audio, and it is also resistant to packet loss. It ensures a very high quality call experience. So, but to understand why we need to go for this connect, we have to identify, right? Like, what is the challenge of a traditional system? What are the challenges which the traditional system face? Why should I go to this connect when everything is going fine by me? So let's discuss that.
Yes.
So this is a study done by Forrester Research, and they have come up with what challenges the customers face in a legacy contact center.
Okay.
So first of all, it is too expensive. Say if you have a lot of hardware or software licenses, you procure it for, say, you are having a promotional activity or an ad campaign. So you are stuck with all that hardware or software, and and if any artificial intelligence you want to put inside that, it is going to be very expensive. Okay, even any machine learning capability is going to be more expensive, and if you want to improvise them, it is going to be very difficult. And maintaining all this, you will have to use a lot of manpower, skilled personnel. So it's all money, money, money,
Yeah,
time, everything.
not only manpower, we need to also have a expertise to maintain the algorithm, and also we need to keep update the algorithm. I mean the learning algorithms. Yes,
And if
you are
you
you are
want
correct.
even to make a small change, the
Mm.
amount of time it takes to implement that in the
Yes.
legacy system is a lot.
Yeah, and
So,
also the algorithm, we need to have a more GPU based instance, and we need to maintain those instance. So yeah,
and in high availability,
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
you have to maintain it in high availability. You cannot risk failure or downtime of your call center.
Exactly.
So you have to take care of all this. So let me delve a little bit deeper and tell you what are the differentiators of
Okay,
Amazon Connect. Okay.
okay,
So the first thing, what makes Connect different is the dynamic, personal, and natural contact flows.
okay,
And using this contact flow, you can control the customer's experience from the beginning of the call to the end. Okay, let me
okay,
give you an example here. So here you can see some blocks. They have been put together. They are all drag and drop boxes. You can invoke a Lambda function here. You can select the voice. You can select what prompt you want. You can decide. So this is the flow of the call. What happens when you press one? What happens when you press two? Okay, so the whole customer's experience, you can build it over here.
okay,
Okay. And one great thing is you can integrate Amazon Lex in this contact flow also.
okay,
You
okay,
can integrate Amazon Lex. So, uh, what is Amazon Lex? Amazon Lex is a virtual assistant. So,
okay,
same technology which is powering Alexa. So, the caller can talk now naturally, like he or she is talking to a human being. Just like that, they can talk to this Lex. So, that will give a very natural experience for the customers. Now, let me give you an example of how the customer's experience will work using Connect. But before this, let us talk about how this scenario would play out in a typical call center. Okay,
okay,
so say there is a customer called Nikki Wolf, and she wants to update her address. She wants to change her address. So what Nikki does is she calls the call center. Then she has to enter her account number in the IVR. Then she listens to the menu patiently. Then she has to choose the item for the address change. And now she waits in the queue for an agent. Then the agent will answer. Then he takes the new address. Then Nikki will hang up. The agent makes the change later. And then maybe he will send an SMS to the caller. This is how normally it works. Now,
yes, yes,
how is this experience like different here? So
okay,
if you see here, Nikki calls, okay, Nikki calls, and the flow identifies her instantly because of her caller ID. Because the call initiates a data dip here into the CRM system and
okay,
takes out Nikki's information and puts it back in the flow.
okay, okay.
Let me take my pointer maybe. Yeah, can you see this?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, so when Nikki calls, a data dip is done using the Lambda functions. I will explain more later. So the details of Nikki are pulled out and put in the flow now.
Yes.
Now the virtual assistant knows Nikki's details. So the virtual assistant is saying, "Hi Nikki Wolf, how can I help you today?" And Nikki can speak in her natural language and she says, "I would like to change my address today." So
Okay,
the flow takes the new address. It asks like, "What's your new address?" And Nikki just speaks it out. The flow takes the address. It will update the database. It sends and the system sends an SMS to her. And the virtual assistant again comes back to Nikki and says, "What else can I help you with?"
okay,
So
okay.
now Nikki has had a wonderful call center experience, right? And the
Yes,
best
yes,
part is the agent was not even involved in this interaction, if you notice.
yes,
And
yes.
the agent's time is freed up now. And all
Yes.
the time, the time of the call was drastically reduced. And the same thing, the same conversation here can be done through chat interface also. So Connect is supporting chat as well as calls. So both the things are supported here.
Okay, okay, okay. So that means any support can also be answered as well as it will retrieve as whatever the input want as a chat basis.
Yes, you can program a lot of things to be done in automation. in automation. And doing the automation is not going to be very expensive. All the enterprise level Lex facilities, you can get it for the normal cost. It's not going to be super expensive like it is like how you integrate it in the legacy system. So that is going to be a huge advantage here. So next is, I want to welcome you to another differentiator of Amazon Connect, which is the open platform. Now, what does this mean? It means that integrations with different services, how Connect integrates with different, say, third-party services or AWS services. Now, these platform services will enrich your Amazon Connect experience.
Okay.
Let me give you some examples on how this platform service will work here. You can see the contact flow here. We have already discussed what is a contact flow in Nikki's example, right? So the contact flow will leverage the AWS platform service called Lambda. Now, what is Lambda? Lambda is a serverless computing platform to run your code. So when I say serverless, you don't have to provision any servers to work with it. So in the previous example, when Nikki Wolf called, this Lambda was triggered and it went to the CRM system to identify Nikki using her caller ID and gave the information to the flow. And then we could greet her personally. Lambda can also be used to integrate with other customer databases and business intelligence tools also. So here you see on the lower left here, we have the contact control panel. Now, what is this contact control panel? This is the soft phone which our agents are using in Connect. I told you about the soft phone, right? With the very high quality voice capability. So it is the contact control panel will be the soft phone, and you can integrate this soft phone not only with the Connect but with any other CRM application also.
Okay.
Yes, and the agent does not have to go back and forth between applications just to use his soft phone. If he's working, say, in Salesforce, if he's working from Salesforce, he can get this CCP installed in Salesforce itself, and he can make the calls from there itself. He doesn't have to log in different.
That will save a lot of our time, because most of the CRM will be the up-to-date one until unless if we have some flexibility to read the CRM, then every time manual pulling and tracking and coordinating with that is really mess. Yes,
Absolutely. You got the point. Now, another thing is the call recordings. I told you about the call recordings. So they can be taken from the Connect instance and they can be stored into an S3 bucket. Now, what is an S3 bucket? It is a data store in AWS where you can store your logs, your call recordings, your images, files. It's like an object data store. So we can store data here in an encrypted manner also, which is very secure, and we can also control who can access this data. Not everybody in the organization. You can write policies to secure it more.
Okay.
Then you have your metrics. Like I said, you can see the metrics in the Connect instance, but sometimes we want to do some analysis with it, right? So we can choose any other data warehouse or any other database where you want to push the metrics and use some analytical tools to analyze this. So usually we use the Kinesis data stream. So what is this Kinesis? Kinesis is used for analysis, and it's an AWS service which is used to stream the data from one location to another location.
Okay.
And also we can connect the agent data about the agent to schedule the agent's work, all that with the workforce management also. You can also integrate a workforce management with Connect. So we can do all the scheduling within the WMS. And so let us discuss how easy Connect is to use. So remote agents, they can be trained to use the interface in less than 20 minutes. So the agents can work from anywhere in the world. Because of the pandemic which happened, now this Connect has become like high flying during the pandemic time, because agents were working from wherever they are. So an agent in India can work for a call center in US. It's like that. And they just need an internet connection, laptop, and a very good headset. And the telephony services, whatever telephony services are needed, it's all included with the Connect. So you don't need to bother about that. So you just have to tell AWS how much you want to scale, how many calls are you expecting, how many agents are you going to have. So all this, if you inform them, they have a default limit, but if you want to scale more, you can just inform AWS and they'll arrange it for you.
For our the primary subscription account.
For any scale, like you can imagine if Amazon.com is running on Amazon Connect, you can
Yes.
imagine the scalability of this service.
No, the AWS account what we have, that account we are configuring this, and we can keep on increase this
Yes,
along with
yes.
the support. Okay.
We have to communicate our needs to AWS if you are
Okay.
planning to scale a little more than what is already given with the default limit. If you
Okay.
want to increase your limit, you communicate it with them and they do it for you. They review
Okay.
your case and they do it for you. Yes. And the best thing is you don't need any skilled personnel to maintain like in your legacy system also.
Yes. Yes.
And so like I said, Amazon Connect is omni-channel, right? So this is a very beautiful feature of Connect. So agents use contact control panel in Connect to interact with the callers. And it looks something like this. So in this, you can see this button, which is used for the calls, and this one is used for the chat, and this one is something called tasks. So what is this task? Tasks are like follow-up jobs after the calls,
Yes.
or some
Yes.
special kind of jobs which the agents do. So all these things can be tracked now. All these things in one interface for the agent is available. He doesn't have to go to multiple applications for chatting or for calling or for doing any other jobs. Everything in one interface. So this is what we call omni-channel here.
Okay. Okay. Because this is really cool. Otherwise, you know how legacy works. Every time we need to go and update. The CRM itself have a different phases until we customize with a lot of efforts.
Exactly. Now let's talk about some cool features, like
Okay.
the advanced features of Connect now. So there is a beautiful feature in Connect called the contact lens. So
Okay.
when this contact lens is enabled, all the specified calls, they'll be transcribed using machine learning. Okay, what is transcribe? Transcribe means they'll be changed to text. So, so let me give you an example. Say you have some agent, you have trained them to speak in a certain way, or you have asked them to speak certain phrases during a call. And now, as a contact center supervisor, you want to check if the agent is complying with the training or not. So for that, we can use the contact lens to check the non-compliant calls. You can specify some rules in contact lens that this is what we want to trace. So if this is not there, then they become the non-compliant calls.
Yes.
So we can
Yes.
identify those calls. We can train the agents further. Not only that, and we can also analyze the customer sentiments using this. Was the customer happy? Was the customer upset? Isn't that cool? Like it gives a emoji face also, and it gives you a graph actually, like how the customer sentiment goes. Like it scores it from -5 to +5. And it shows you, like, was the customer very upset, and how much was the no talk time, how much was the loudness, how much was the hold time. All these things, it gives you a proper analysis of a single call.
So
uh,
all customer success criteria, all neural algorithm, the learning, everything predefined. If we want, we can customize also, but everything is already available. Most of the common one, correct?
yes.
Okay, that is really cool.
So this is like there are services like comprehend and
Yes.
translate. I think all of them mixed and put in the blender together is this beautiful contact lens service which they have created. I can
Okay.
go on and on about contact lens alone for like another 30 minutes, but given
Okay.
the time constraint, let's go to another great feature.
Okay.
So again, talking about art of the possible, I would like to speak about Amazon Connect Wisdom as well. So this feature makes your agent, call center agent, seem like a know-it-all super agent. And this is a capability that makes it very easy. It makes it very fast for the agents to get any information they need. when they are addressing the customer issues, when they are calling, voice calling or chatting with the customers. Say the customer calls the agent and asks for an information, and say the agent doesn't have the information, so he starts scrambling, he starts to search the help sites, many wikis, and sometimes the agent would transfer the call to the supervisor. Sometimes they don't have the information which the customer
Yes,
is
yes,
asking.
yes.
We all have experienced it. And okay sir, let me transfer you to the supervisor, they just say that, and all this time the customer has to patiently wait, right?
Yes, yes.
So now wisdom comes to rescue here. So this is again a machine learning capability and uses a speech analytics. That is,
Okay.
it will analyze the query of the customer and it will present the agent with relevant knowledge articles.
Okay. So it will quickly go and search our master KPI to pull the relevant one. Okay. Okay.
So we will have a knowledge domain. Okay, we will have a
You
knowledge.
believe it or not, this our legacy we struggle so far because we cannot
Mm.
expect all query will be the same.
So we will have the domains, say in Salesforce, we'll have some knowledge articles, right? So that
Yes.
can be integrated, or in ServiceNow also, that can be integrated with your Connect. We can create a knowledge domain inside the Connect. So
Okay.
whenever the customer speaks also, and if you have enabled contact lens, like I said, the transcription happens and the issue is detected, and immediately the particular article is picked up and it is shown to the agent. And
Okay.
not only that, the articles can get better and better according to the feedback the agent gives. The agent can give a thumbs down or a thumbs up and the different article pops up. So
Okay.
things like that happen with wisdom. And another one feature which adds a huge value is the customer profiles. So from the name itself, you can see that it is the information about the customers. So
Yes. Yes.
typically in a call center, what happens is when the call comes in and the agent spends a lot of time going over different tabs to understand who is this customer who is calling and what are they calling about, what transactions they had before. The customer's history, maybe the customer is a constantly upset customer and the agent should know that, like they have already called about this particular thing 10 times before, so they should speak to this customer a little different than they normally speak. So
Okay.
but the agents have to go through many different silos because the customer information lives on various silos. They are in CRM systems, CMS systems, various other database. So what customer profiles in Amazon Connect does is that it will aggregate the data from all these third-party applications and it will present one unified view in the agent
Okay.
application itself. So the agent has all the information about the customer at hand now. Right? So easily, oh, yeah, I understand that you had a problem about this last week. He can start with that. Instantly, the customer doesn't have to repeat the whole conversation again.
That will also give a more convenient or give a more good to the customer. Okay, they are having all my information.
Yes, yes. The trust factor
Yes.
kicks in here.
Yes.
Yes. And another one game-changing feature of the Amazon Connect is the voice ID functionality. And this changes the call center experience on how the agents authenticate the customer. So
Okay.
you must have experienced this, that when you call a call center, the agent will ask you, what is your fifth grade teacher's maiden name? And
Yes.
what is the
Yes.
name of your first pet? So we don't want to remember these things, but we still follow the steps when we need to get authenticated. So this is a very poor experience, very repetitive for the customers, for the agents. So in Voice ID, what we do is we store the voice print of the customer in a domain. We enroll them. We enroll the customers after proper authentication and with their consent, of course. So the next time the customer calls, he does not have to go through the long, painful authentication process. A little bit of audio from the customer, it can authenticate him. And if there is any voice fraud happening, then Voice ID can detect that too.
Okay. Okay.
So not only that, Connect has been evolving and innovating a lot since its launch in 2017. There has been over 147 feature launches, or maybe
It's
more
a
now.
huge. So
Yeah, it's growing at an exponential rate, I should say that, because I personally, I'm like struggling to upgrade myself. Oh, there is another feature, because I think only like 5 days back something else has come into preview now, so I
Okay.
have to catch up with that now. Okay, and like I already mentioned, I work for Scale Capacity as a solutions architect, and it
Okay.
is an advanced APN partner. And we have been given the Amazon Connect competency by AWS. So we have a dedicated CCOE to take care of Amazon Connect flows. So if you are planning on migrating your existing call centers, or if you are trying to set up call center in cloud, then you can contact us. You can copy this QR code here, and we will even provide free consultation for up to 8 hours, and we can advise you well. So I hope this session was little helpful in
Yes,
understanding.
yes, yes, yes. It is really helpful because many of us know only very few services, but this is something like more in a different way, which really help everyone. And one final question is, you are a community builder. How people has to join this journey? Because many people now they are slowly getting the value of community towards
Yes,
their growth. So if you
it
can
is
talk
going
about
to
that,
be.
it will be great.
Yeah, sure, sure. Actually, before joining, even I did not know too much about what is a community builder. I used to be active on LinkedIn. I used to
Okay.
share some knowledge articles whenever I can. And twice a year, Amazon puts up this community builder, invites. So you can apply
Okay.
for that twice a year. It's not like after you have applied, you suddenly start becoming active. You should have been like active throughout a little bit, and you can apply. Then it is all Amazon's decision, like how they pick the community builder is that. And you get a lot of benefits, I can say. Like
Okay.
you get a Slack space where you get to communicate with a lot of other community builders, and it's a very alive environment there. People are like full of enthusiasm, ready to share knowledge. And plus you get other materialistic benefits. You get swags, you get AWS credits, you get certification vouchers, many things. Other than that, the whole experience itself is good, and then you also feel a responsibility towards the community that yes, you have to now spread the knowledge selflessly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks. Thanks for your time.
it's my pleasure, Vijay. I'm really happy about this initiative which.
Thank you very much, Sabiha. That was a wonderful session, and I hope everyone have got insights um, insights into the AWS Connect solutions. So there are so many of them, and Sabiha has explained very well. And now let's get started with the next session, which I'm super excited about. And that will be presented by Nathan, who is the CEO of Robusta. And the session is all about Kubernetes as a cloud operating system. So with no further delay, let's get started with that session.
Hello everyone. In today's talk, I'll be explaining why if you view Kubernetes as a cloud operating system, then suddenly Kubernetes makes a whole lot more sense and everything is easier to understand. This is, of course, a metaphor. Kubernetes isn't actually an operating system, but viewing it this way really makes it easier to understand. And what I will argue is that Kubernetes fulfills for the cloud the same exact functions that a traditional operating system fulfills for the hardware of an individual machine. A little bit about myself. I'm Natan. I've been working on Kubernetes for a few years. Got started as a developer working on Kubernetes. Then later on shifted and created my own startup. That's Robusta.dev, which I founded. We're trying to take Kubernetes, make it easier to use, make it easier to monitor. Most of what we do is open source based. And one thing that we've seen again and again is people sometimes come with this question of, okay, well, why do I need Kubernetes? What is it good for? And I think really the easiest way to understand that and to answer that is through this metaphor where we compare Kubernetes to a cloud operating system. So before we jump into that comparison, I want to just review what a traditional operating system does and why you need a traditional operating system. So I'm not going to touch on everything here, but I'm going to touch on a few things from this slide that I found online about what operating systems do. This was just the first result in Google, which was CC licensed, so I could reuse it in my slides. And basically all materials that you look at about an operating system will give similar goals. And the goal of an operating system, like Linux, like Windows, like Android running on your cell phone, is to really take the same hardware and on that hardware that you then run multiple processes. So you can run many applications. You want to run on multiple platforms, run the same application on different hardware. You want to be able to take a single device and then have multiple users on that device. So for a computer, that's kind of obvious. You have different users and they can each log in. On the server, different users can SSH in. Even on Android, really you're running different applications at the same time, so that's the multiple processes. But for security reasons, there's also stuff there with multiple users. Then next up is inter-process communication, so different processes can communicate with one another. So this obviously happens all the time. Like even just to give a really silly example, like you're in your browser and you click on a link for an email, and then suddenly it pops up like your email client. That's not really inter-process communication, but conceptually, I mean, it's a good way to convey like the goal that we're trying to accomplish there. Then terminal management is so you want to be able to like SSH in, you want to be able to run terminals and do various stuff there. Peripheral devices and buffer cache, you want to be able to really access hardware and access hardware in a convenient way. So obviously on a traditional computer, that's like the hard drive, USB stick that you plug in, lots of other stuff. Then I'm going to skip over some of the other stuff down here. I'll just touch on networking as well. A traditional operating system provides different networking services and makes it easier for applications to do networking. So the goal of an operating system, if I really summarize, is you're taking this hardware or a single machine, and then you're making it possible on that machine to do many things at the same time that don't interfere with one another. You're kind of isolating them a little bit, letting them each get their own resources. You're doing that for multiple processes, you're doing that for multiple users, you're letting them interact with each other in certain predefined ways. That's what the operating system is doing on that piece of hardware. And that's kind of from the hardware perspective, right? Or from the user's perspective, I can run multiple applications. If you change the perspective now and you look at it from the application writer's perspective, then you're taking one application and you're developing it once, and then you can run that on different hardware because they all have the same operating system. So you don't need to write an application that knows just how to run on Intel chips, or just how to run on ARM chips, or just how to run on AMD chips. You can hopefully write something once and then run it multiple places. So that's kind of the goal of an operating system in the traditional world. Now, if we move over to the cloud world, I'm essentially going to argue that all of those same things also have to happen in the cloud world. They're going to look slightly different, but we have all those same goals. So let's get started, and I'm just going to look at now the core operating system services. And for each topic here, I'm going to explain what this would be in a normal traditional operating system, and then what the parallel of this is in the cloud. So one service that traditional operating systems do is they do scheduling. So you may take an application, you want to be able to schedule that application so that it runs when it needs to run, and it can split up the time with other applications. So for Linux, then you're scheduling a process to a CPU and you're making sure that it runs at a certain time, and then its turn is over and someone else can run. And for Kubernetes, we're also doing scheduling. We're taking a pod, we're scheduling it to the right node, and the node here is kind of like the CPU, right? Like we have all these compute resources available. We want to make sure that those compute resources are both fully utilized so that I don't have all these spare CPUs or nodes sitting around that aren't being used. That's a waste of resources. You want to, if you can, then you want to like power down some CPUs or put them in low power mode. Or if you can, then you want to power down some of the nodes and scale down so you use less resources and it's more cost efficient. Same thing. And you want to make sure that every application always has somewhere that it can run. So that's one thing that both a traditional operating system is doing, and so is Kubernetes. And this is the point where I kind of want to explain the bigger picture here. Kubernetes is an operating system where instead of managing individual hardware, you're managing your hardware where the hardware is the data center as a whole. It's the entire data center, all the cloud resources, everything in your AWS account, everything in your Google Cloud account. So that's kind of the hardware here. And now moving on to resource management, then essentially a traditional operating system takes one machine's resources and it splits it up among multiple applications. And Kubernetes takes the resources of an entire data center and then it splits it up among different applications running that data center. So for CPU and memory, then you have requests and limits. You also like allocate GPUs. There's a whole bunch of aspects to that, but that's the simple side of it. The next thing I'm going to touch on, which is also a core operating system service, is hardware abstraction. So like we mentioned before, for Linux, then you can really develop an application and it accesses storage by opening a file and it doesn't care what the hard disk is. And it accesses compute by like just doing stuff and that compiles down to code that runs on the CPU. And you can do that and you can write a Linux application without knowing exactly which CPU you're running on, without knowing exactly which hard drive the person is using and what the driver is. And the same is true for Kubernetes. For Kubernetes, I can write an application that has a persistent volume and it says, give me 5 gigabytes of storage, and you'll get those 5 gigabytes of storage regardless of whether it's running on Google Cloud or if it's running on an Amazon Cloud or if it's running on-prem. And the underlying storage there will come from different places. You have the CSI of the storage interface. You have like different storage providers. So you might actually in one case be getting storage from like a hosted network device. In the other case, you might be getting storage from something on the node itself. Like there are different ways to handle it, but you can in one standard way say, give me a whole bunch of storage here, give me 5 gigabytes of storage. And the operating system, in this case Kubernetes, and the plugin for each cloud provider will make sure that it knows how to handle the details of that. But you're just requesting the storage at a higher level without caring about those details. Okay, so if we move on now, I want to speak about the different resource types. Every operating system has different types of resources that it manages. So if we look at, or rather different types of resources and like objects that you can create in that operating system. So first up is users. Every operating system has users. For Kubernetes, these are service accounts, for example. For Linux, it's just regular users. Every operating system has processes. That's like the schedulable unit that you're scheduling to different places, to different CPUs. For Linux, you're scheduling processes or you're scheduling threads. For Kubernetes, you're scheduling pods and you're scheduling containers. On Linux, you access stuff by opening a file. Everything is a file, or at least sort of, and you have file descriptors, and that's the way you access stuff. In Kubernetes, everything is a YAML resource, and it's stored in etcd, and kind of the namespace, and the type of the object is the way that you're accessing these. That's kind of like the file path. And then, of course, there are physical resources, which we've already touched on. But for Linux, and that's CPU, disks, network cards. For Kubernetes, that's the nodes itself. That's the cloud storage. That's the load balancers. It's all these other stuff that differs from cloud to cloud in terms of implementation. But whichever cloud you're running on, you want to access the same functionality. And now if we look at additional OS services, like higher level services that an operating system typically provides, then every operating system also provides security. So for Linux, you have file permissions and capabilities and IP tables for network stuff. For Kubernetes, you have stuff that's very similar. You have RBAC to access really what processes can do and where they can write in that CD, which I mean really what YAML resources they can access. You have network policies, which are kind of like IP tables, not exactly, but it's an analogy. Then you have terminal services. So for Linux, TTYs and PTYs and shells and etc. For Kubernetes, then you have kubectl exec, and other ways that you can execute commands in different contexts. And you can attach to the output of a certain pod that's running and so on. And last up, for every operating system, you also have the user interface and the user mode. So for Linux, then there's kind of GNOME and KDE and other desktop environments and all this other stuff and applications on top of that. I actually got started programming with open source involvement in GNOME back when I was in high school, so that's a little bit of nostalgia there for me. And for Kubernetes, and you have stuff like Lens, you have Robusta.dev, which I obviously work on. It's also providing a user interface like that. And you have this growing area where people are writing user mode components, and that I'll speak about more later on. So my takeaway from this slide in the bottom line is that Kubernetes is fulfilling many of the same purposes and services as a regular operating system, but the machine here is not a single machine, it's the entire data center. And it's letting you abstract away that data center so that you no longer care whether it's Google Cloud or Amazon Cloud or a different cloud, Azure, whatever, or if it's an on-prem cloud. You no longer care because when you're developing applications, you're developing applications for Kubernetes. And Kubernetes has different drivers that same operating system run in different places. So it's a very useful operating system to target. Like if you think about it, if you develop an application now for mobile, you think, oh, do I want to develop that for Android? Do I want to develop that for iOS? And then you're going to say, okay, what's the market share for each one? And then you're going to develop your application, depending on your market, maybe for Android, because in your country where you want to sell your application, then if you develop it for Android, then you can get it on like 1 million different phones or 10 million different phones. And you don't have to develop a different version for Nokia or a different version for Huawei or a different version for all these different phone companies. You just develop for Android. So too, if you're developing an application and you want the application to be able to run on as many different people's clouds as possible, then it really makes sense to target Kubernetes, because then you can take your application and you can give the same instructions to people to get it up and running on their Google Cloud or on their Amazon Cloud or on their on-prem cloud. It's a really easy way to do that. And I should point out, really Docker does that as well. Kubernetes is just one layer above that, and you do stuff that you wouldn't be able to do with Docker alone. But Docker is also really defining like a useful API here. Okay, so let's move on for just a moment. And now what I want to talk about here is that Kubernetes is POSIX, not Unix, or not Linux. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So I'm just going to open up a full screen version of this diagram. And this is a diagram I found that goes through the history of Unix and Unix-like operating systems. So at the very beginning, there was this unnamed operating system for PDP-7 machines. That became Unix version 1, version 2, 3, 4, and so on. Eventually that forked off. People said, okay, well, this operating system and the way it's working is kind of a good idea, and we like this. And there were different commercial companies that spun off around that and did licensing agreements. And essentially you ended up with a bunch of different implementations that were all Unix-like. They all had this similarity. In many cases, they even shared a lot of the same code, but they started to diverge a little bit. Each one was doing something that's a little bit different. And then many years later after that, along came Linux. And Linux was actually implemented not based on this original code. I believe it was a clean implementation, but I might be wrong on that, at least the kernel. And eventually you got to a point where you had all these different Unix-like operating systems. And if the original idea was you were developing for this, and then your application would run over here as well, and we run here and here and here, and it would run in all these different places because they were all somewhat compatible, over time it started to diverge. And now you had incompatibilities. So along came POSIX, and people said, okay, well, we should standardize this. Like all these operating systems, they have all these similarities, and they're all taking these really good ideas, so let's try and standardize that so that if I write an application, then my application can run in all these different Unix-like operating systems. And then POSIX came and it standardized the behavior. And I anticipate, and this is a prediction I'm making here, it's not something that's completely happened yet, but I am predicting that the same thing will happen for Kubernetes. We started off with one Kubernetes, and then we're already seeing different variations on that today, which often share many parts of the implementation. They share a lot of the same code. We have K3S, we have K0S, we have, like, I think there's micro K8S. We have all these different versions, as well as different distributions, and Kubernetes running on Amazon, Kubernetes running on Google Cloud, Kubernetes running on-prem with OpenShift. That's another one. So I anticipate, and I'm predicting here, that eventually we will not just have different variations on this, but these different variations will eventually not even share all of the same code. And people will come up with clean implementations, just like Linux, where they're implementing this common Kubernetes API. And in the case of Kubernetes, this API is the set of YAML files that you know how to accept, you know how to run, and the set of APIs that you give people with API server and so on. So I anticipate we will see alternative implementations, which under the hood look very different, but may still satisfy that same implementation so that you can take an application which was written to run on Kubernetes, and it will run in all these places as well. And this is, again, a prediction I'm making. It might happen, it might not happen. I'm arguing it will happen, and I'm even willing to make a bet with that on anyone who wants to take me up on that. And if this is true, then I anticipate we will also see something happen here, like what happened with POSIX, and we will see Kubernetes be redefined as a Kubernetes API and as a standard, saying these are the APIs that a Kubernetes-like cloud operating system or Kubernetes-like orchestrator for the cloud has to satisfy, and that will become the standard. And in that regard, I would argue that Kubernetes is POSIX, not Unix, or that it will become POSIX, not Unix, because Unix really is like a single operating system, which is then developed in all these many ways. That is happening with Kubernetes as well. But I anticipate Kubernetes will evolve to be this standard, the standardization, which defines not the implementation, but rather defines the behavior, essentially. And it will be very interesting to see whether that happens in the coming years, or if I was completely wrong about this. Okay, so the last topic I want to touch on here is just to go back to that operating system metaphor again, and now to speak about different layers. So every operating system essentially is taking hardware and it's abstracting away that hardware. So in Kubernetes case, that's Google Cloud, that's AWS, that's your own machines that you're running on your own virtual machines or your own hardware. So that's the hardware. On top of that, you always have kernel mode. That's something that's running with privileged permissions, that's kind of managing the entire operating system, providing core services. That's obviously Kubernetes itself. Docker or Containerd, there's definitely a part of that as well. On top of that, you always have a user mode. And a user mode is providing additional utilities. And a user mode is taking the underlying layers in the operating system and it's making it easier to use. And that is what we created Robusta for. We chose to focus on day two operations. And specifically, we chose to focus at first, in the first stage, on monitoring and on automation and on kind of letting you get visibility into everything that's happening over here in the rest of the picture. So we've started out with monitoring, but our ultimate goal is to provide this layer on top of Kubernetes and to provide the user mode for it and the unprivileged components, which make it easier for you to run everything else. And then on top of that, you have different applications that are running. So already on Kubernetes, you can run, for example, MongoDB and databases. You can run Java applications, Python applications. And the purpose of a user mode is to, one, make these underlying layers simpler, and two, to provide services to applications and give better visibility. And that's what we're out to do with Robusta. And again, we've started off by taking Prometheus and then adding on to Prometheus really the ability to look at it and then understand why they happened, and then the ability to fix them and to click one button and fix stuff. And we're trying to make this whole experience easier. And like Kubernetes itself, like Docker, we're doing this in an open source way. And like Python, like Java, like MongoDB, like basically every popular and important piece of infrastructure, we're doing this with an open source offering, with an additional SaaS platform. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. And please let me know what your questions are. Please reach out on Twitter as well. We have on the Robusta website, we have the Robusta Learning Center. So please feel free to go there as well. And we're putting up here constantly both different YouTube videos, like how to do Kubernetes resource management. We're putting up here as well. We have our blog where we're putting out new resources and new blog posts, like the original blog post that kickstarted this discussion. And of course, thank you very much. A huge thank you to Cloudnloud and the community for organizing this. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here. And please reach out to me on Twitter. Join our Slack channel. Let us know what your questions are. And let me know if you agree with this premise or not. And I'd be very interested in knowing whether you agree with what I said about POSIX or not. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Nathan. That was a really, really good session. Of course, it is debatable at this point in time whether Kubernetes is an operating system for the cloud, but many in the area, I'm pretty sure, would agree to that. If you have any disagreements, please bring that for discussion, and we can always have Nathan to discuss more about that. And there are a set of tools that Nathan is building through the organization called as Robusta. One of the beautiful tools that I really liked, which I personally have been using for a little while, uh, is uh, is checking the manifest files. So far, when you try to deploy manifest file of your Kubernetes, where the error is occurring, it's pretty difficult to know where exactly in your YAML files is the error occurring. But the Robusta tool really, really simplifies and it shows the exact place in your manifest file where the error is occurring. So thanks a lot, Nathan. All the power in the world for you to take Robusta to the next levels. With that, let's get started. First, let's have a quick intro for the next session and another super exciting session that we are going to have. Um, and This session is about Azure Bicep. So far, you might have heard about Azure ARM templates, which stands for Azure Resource Management. And there are other ways that you can create resources using Terraform, Pulumi, etc. But a super exciting tool that Microsoft has built is called as Bicep, which basically translates the Bicep templates into behind the scenes into ARM and gets deployed onto your Azure. Uh, but let's get started with the session. So with this, let me hand over to Freak.
Good morning, Rick. Thanks for joining today. We are happy to invite you to part of our Cloudnloud tech community. So we are helping professionals as part of the cancer fundraising past 11 years. Now we are inviting all niche leaders to speak their experience and their use cases. Uh, so, can you just give a brief intro to our community members, Rick?
Yeah, sure. And let me go ahead and also share my screen with some more information. So yeah, again, thank you for having me. Happy to share some of my knowledge about this topic, which is infrastructure as code. And so my name is 𝒚𝒂𝒏. I'm from Netherlands. I primarily focus on application and desktop delivery technologies. So like, for example, Azure Virtual Desktop, but also a lot of experience with previous technologies like remote desktop services, terminal services, all kinds of technologies to provide applications and desktops to an end user. But I also focus on automation and more specifically on infrastructure as code for the Azure cloud. So I have been working with ARM templates for many years and took the deep dive into Bicep when it was still into the alpha release, the older one release, but actually never went back. So hoping to provide you with some inspiration on how to use Bicep for infrastructure as code technologies. So I guess we can go ahead and get started, right?
Yes. Right.
Cool. So the first thing is actually, you might know or might not have seen this. I actually also recently published a book on Bicep, which is called Getting Started with Bicep, which allows you to, basically jump on technology and start using Bicep as your infrastructure as code solution. And as part of this event, we're going to give one copy away as well. So if you're interested, do send a tweet or a LinkedIn message and make sure you mention me or the Cloudnloud event, and we'll draw a winner at the end of the event to give one a free copy, paperback version of the book. So happy to do that. So before we dive into the Bicep content, it's good to take a look at where to sort of position Bicep as the overall infrastructure as code technology for our Azure platform. So this is a diagram of the Azure Resource Manager. And the Azure Resource Manager is basically our front door to all of the resources and all of the resource providers that we have in Azure. So whatever we're going to create or update or delete, we always need to pass that ARM engine. And that is because regardless of the technology we use to talk to that ARM engine, whether that's the portal or Azure CLI or PowerShell, we always have to pass that ARM engine, which makes sure that all of the creations and all of the updates and all of the requests that we send towards the Azure cloud are always treated in the same way, with the same API version, with the same rules, based on the same resource providers. And so for this case, we're talking about ARM templates first. So you might be aware of ARM templates, which allows us to create resources in a declarative way. So without going into the Azure portal, using the UI, or without using a sequential language, for example, Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell, where you initially have to provide a sequence of commands in order to create or update or delete a resource, we're going to create an ARM template, which allows us to do that in a declarative way. So an ARM template essentially has a super simple structure. It is structured with 4 main areas. So besides the content version and the API profile version, as you can see here, is basically all about providing parameters, which allows us to change the deployments to our needs and have our templates also be reusable. We have the concept of variables, which allows us to create some static values that we're going to reuse across our template. But for the most part, it will all be about the resources section. So this is where you define the resources you're going to create in the Azure portal, whether that's a virtual machine or a network adapter or a SQL server or a Kubernetes cluster. Those are all resources inside that resources section. And the last one is outputs, and this allows you to also have an output as part of the deployment of your ARM template. So when you take a look at this template format, it's pretty easy, right? It seems pretty simple. But that all changes when you actually start to use ARM templates. You run into templates like this. So as you can see, there is a lot of syntax overhead, a lot of complexity in these ARM templates as well. So although ARM templates are very powerful in terms of infrastructure as code deployments and making sure you don't have configuration drift in your deployments, these templates are not really easy to read and easy to digest and author and to debug. And the whole reason is that these ARM templates were initially intended for computers to exchange information about the deployment. So they were not initially meant to be able to read and to author and to use in such an infrastructure as code language. So Microsoft also realized that a couple of years ago, and this is a tweet from Mark Vucinovic, which is the Azure CTO currently, and he stated in September 2020, that Microsoft is working on a new concept called Bicep, codenamed Bicep back then, which would allow us to have more simplified declarative way of deploying. So providing the same power as the ARM templates, but then in a much read and easy to author way, and remove all of the syntax, overhead in our ARM templates, basically. So what is then Bicep? Bicep, in short, is a DSL, which stands for Domain-Specific Language, which means it was specifically designed for the Azure cloud. So you cannot use that outside of Azure, like, for example, what you do with Terraform or other languages that do allow you to do that across different clouds. Bicep is really intended for only the Azure cloud. So essentially, it does the same thing as ARM templates. It allows you to provide and to create and update your resources in a declarative way by stating them into a Bicep file, but then without all of the overhead of an ARM template and all of the complex syntax and the syntax overhead. So it really drastically simplifies your authoring experience, and we'll show a couple of live demos of what it actually looks like. It has a much cleaner and easier to read and to author language, and also provides with a lot of options to do modularity, to be able to reuse your code, for example, to deploy towards a test environment and a production environment, or to deploy for customer A or customer B. And Bicep is really the transparent abstraction layer on top of ARM templates. So we often get the question whether Bicep is going to replace ARM templates or ARM technology, and it's not. It's going to be an abstraction layer on top of ARM templates, so still using ARM and ARM technology, but then sort of masking all of the syntax overhead that you get with an ARM template. And we'll see some experiences of that in the live demo in just a second as well. So before we go into the demo, where should we then position Bicep as the language? So right-hand side is a sort of simplified architecture of the ARM engine again. So with the big blue bar, the Azure Resource Manager engine, that is still going to be our front door to the creation and working with all of the resources that we have in Azure. And on top of that, we still have ARM templates. So we are still feeding ARM templates into that ARM engine. But on top of that, we have the Bicep language. So this allows us to not have to author and to read and to debug our ARM templates, but instead we use the Bicep language. So basically what you do is you create a Bicep file, and I'll show you that in a demo in just a second. You transpile it into an ARM template, and then you feed that ARM template into the ARM engine. And then in the meantime, you can also directly provide these Bicep files directly to the ARM engine as well. So this removes the need of having to view and debug and work with ARM templates and still have all of the power of the ARM language, the ARM engine, and the infrastructure as code approach. So this entire project is also open source, which means that if you go to the GitHub location where Microsoft provides these sources, you can take a look at the source code of Bicep. You can provide pull requests to, for example, suggest any changes or any new features as well. The entire process is transparent, is open source, and also allows the community to add and suggest any changes that they would like to see inside the Bicep language. So to get started with Bicep, a couple of things that you need. So first of all, you need the Bicep CLI, the command line interface, to be able to work with ARM, with Bicep templates and transform them into ARM and to deploy them to the portal, etc. You need VS Code. At least that's the suggestion that I would do, because there's a lot of extension capabilities inside VS Code specifically for Bicep as well. And you either need PowerShell or Azure CLI to be able to deploy these templates to the Azure portal. So whether you use PowerShell or Azure CLI or some kind of DevOps or automation, that is all possible. But I advise you to use VS Code as the coding application. So that's all you need. And let's actually go into a demo to see some of this in action as well. So let me open up VS Code. So we could take a look at the version of Bicep that is currently installed on my local machine, which is 0.4.13.10. The other thing that I did is install the extension. So if I go to the marketplace here, search for extensions, I search for Bicep, we can see that the Bicep extension is already installed with a version in there as well. So this is the extension that allows us to do things like validation and IntelliSense and dot property access and all kinds of features we'll take a look at in just a second as well. So let's go ahead and actually start creating a first new Bicep file to sort of give you an idea of the power of Bicep language. So let's start to declare a new resource we want to create, for example, in the Azure portal. We start with the keyword resource, followed by what's called a symbolic name. We'll touch on what that means in a second. But now I'm able to provide the storage account in this case. So the type of resource I'm going to create in the Azure portal. And as you can see, I get a nice drop-down list, which allows me to easily select the storage account, select the API version, and the next thing I do is an equal sign and a couple of brackets. What I've now declared is I'm going to create a new resource with a symbolic name SA, with the type storage account, and with an API version date in there as well. Next thing I need to do is I need to provide a couple of parameters, of course, in order to make this declaration complete. So the first thing I need to do is provide a name for this. Let's just call it as a demo 2022. And I also need a storage account kind in this case. Let's for now choose a blob storage. I need a location, of course, where to store this, in which Azure data center. Let's do West Europe. That's the location that I'm in. And we need to provide a SKU, and SKU is actually multiple properties. So we need a bracket here. We're going to provide a name, and let's do standard LRS. And that's it. So as you can see, IntelliSense helps me along with providing the correct values with all kinds of nice drop-down lists. So really helping me along while I'm authoring this template. So what is also great about Bicep is that I can point to existing resources I have created as well. So for example, if I would have to create an output for this template, I would use the keyword output. I would give another symbolic name, and I would say that it's equal to a string and equal to SA. And SA now points to the resource I have declared here before, right? So that's the storage account. So I can, for example, browse to a couple of properties that storage account has. For example, properties. Let's take primary endpoints and let's do blob. So as you can see, again, IntelliSense helped me with the dot property access in order to get the correct property of this storage account in this case. So let's make this template actually a little bit more reusable and start introducing a couple of parameters. So I would use the keyword param here. And for example, let's do storage count name. And it's going to be a string. And let's also give it a default value, which is actually the value that we provided here. So let me go ahead and copy that in. Now we have a parameter we can use across our template. So I can replace this static value for a parameter name. And similar, what I could do is create a location parameter, also going to be a string, and it's going to be equal to West Europe. And now I can replace this hard-coded value with a parameter as well. So now I sort of have a small first Bicep template, which allows me to create a storage account in Azure by providing a couple of parameters during runtime as well, with a couple of default values and an output of the blob storage of that primary endpoint. So let's take a look at how complex that will be inside an ARM template. So what I could do is I could say Bicep build. So it's the build command and then providing the file name. So the two main.bicep file. Hit enter, and on the left-hand side, you can see that we get created a JSON template. So this is the JSON ARM template equivalent of our Bicep file. Let's open it up side by side and actually see the difference. So you can already see that we went from 13 lines of code towards a good 39. So as you can see, there's a lot of complexity on the right-hand side with all of the brackets and the commas and the semicolons going on. Where the left-hand side is super easy and clean to author and clean to read as well. So that's a first example of how to create a first resource in Azure. So I could take this Bicep file, provide it to the ARM engine, and have the storage account be created. The next thing I want to show you is actually a much more faster way to also create this resource. So as you just saw, we already had a couple of IntelliSense things with the properties and the dot property access as well. But what I could also do is actually remove this here and use something that's called scaffolding. So again, let's do resource, let's do SA, let's do a storage account. And instead, let me actually do that again because I wanted to show you what that looks like. Storage account API version. If I can now do an equal sign, I also have an option that's called required properties. So if I do that, I instantly get all of the required properties for this resource. I can just fill this in, use tab, go to the next location, provide a location, have these drop-down boxes here, and have that be created. So without me knowing about all the properties of this resource, I can just scaffold out all the required properties and work from there. And what's even cooler to do is I can also provide something that's called a code snippet. So instead of using the resource keyword here, if I would do a res dash sign, I can get all of the code snippets that have already been prepared by others. So for example, if I wanted to create, let's create a host pool, for example, for Azure Virtual Desktop, I do res wvd host pool. I hit enter here, and I can initially get all of the properties with all of the default values that are in there based on this code snippet. So code snippets are provided by Microsoft, by the community, for example, in order to allow you to create these resources in a super fast and easy way. So just another example of how easy it is to create these resources as you go. Another great thing about these parameters here is I can provide a couple of parameter decorators. So for example, if I would create a, let's say a new parameter here, let's say that for one reason or another, I need a password. And I'm going to provide a string, but it's going to be a secure string. Oh, not secure object, a secure string. And it's going to be equal to not so secure password. A couple of things are happening here. So as you can see, I have a secure decorator here, which makes sure that this password that I pass here doesn't end up in log files or in deployment history in Azure, etc. But I also get these two squigglies here. So I have a yellow one indicating that the password parameter is not used within this template, which of course makes sense because we didn't do that yet. But I also have one in red here indicating that secure parameters should not have hard-coded values. That's of course true because I should not hard-code any passwords inside my template. So the reason that I get this error message here is because I have a file here which is called 𝒚𝒂𝒏 which has a couple of rules in here. And one of those rules is that secure parameters by default should error out if they have a default value. So this is actually a couple of rules that allows me to make sure that I comply to my own rule set, to my own coding standard, to my own agreement within the company or within the deployment that I'm working on. So if, for example, I don't want that error message here, but instead I want a warning, I could change that into a warning, hit save here. Maybe see that now I have a yellow squiggly instead of a red one, and I still would be able to deploy this template. So just an example of how these things work, and they're called Linter Rules, which allow you to make sure that the code is actually compliant to your own coding standards. So that is a couple of things in order to, create your first template. The next thing I want to show you is a more advanced template. So let's open up a new file, which is called VM Bicep demo. So as the name already suggests, we're going to now create and declare a virtual machine in Azure. And you probably know that the virtual machine consists of multiple resources in Azure, right? So we have, in this case, a virtual network we're going to create. I have a network adapter we're going to create, and I have an actual virtual machine object. So let's, as a first step, actually transpile this into an ARM template. So again, we could use that bicep build command. But the other cool way is I could also write this file here and simply say build. So now I get the JSON equivalent again. We can open up side by side. And again, we can really see the difference in, the easy to read left-hand side versus all of the complex syntax overhead on the right-hand side. The thing I wanted to show you.
So the JSON and the bicep. So through this, we are making more easier than JSON, correct?
Yeah, much more easier. Yeah. So the left-hand side does exactly the same thing as the right-hand side. But left, as you can see, and I mentioned, that is much more easy to read and to author and to write and to write as an ARM template or bicep templates creator. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. But the thing I also want to show you is that if I, for example, would go to one of the resources here, which is the network interface, we can see that there's a section here called depends on. So this is us telling the ARM engine that before we actually create this type, so this network interface, the virtual network needs to exist, right? So that's a dependency there. But if you take a look at what it looks like in Bicep, scrolling down, there's no dependency section here. So the question is, how did that depends on section get into that ARM template? And the reason is that we're using and leveraging properties of a previously declared object. So I have here the creation of a virtual network. And as part of that, I need to point it to a subnet. And that subnet I'm going to grab by declaring the VNet and then getting the ID of the VNet. So because I'm getting properties of a previously declared object, Bicep actually knows to add this depends on section for us. So we don't have to worry about dependencies anymore. Those are all being added automatically as part of the Bicep, CLI. So that's another great thing about the Bicep language. And we also mentioned in the slide deck the concept of modules. So let's also take a look at that. So I have another example here. In this case, I have a set of parameters, and I also created an array here of different properties. And I have a resource declaration. That's all things we've seen before. But also notice that I have an if statement here. So this allows me to also provide conditions. So let's say that, for example, I only want to create this resource group into when a certain condition is true. I can use this Boolean if deploy resource group. And deploy resource group, again, as you can see, is a parameter here, which states true. But if I would deploy this template and state false, this resource group would not be created. So this allows me to have conditional deployments in Bicep as well. But the thing I wanted to show you is modules. So in this case, we're not using the resource keyword, but we're using the module keyword, which allows us to leverage an existing Bicep module. So we provide it with a symbolic name and then pointing to the name of that Bicep file. So this allows us to use all of the code declaration inside this module, not have to rewrite and reauthor it again, but simply inject it into our Bicep file. So we provide it with a scope, which means that we are able to also provide the resource group in which it's going to be deployed. We provide it with a couple of parameters, and we're now leveraging this module. So for example, in this case, it's a VNet model, so it's creating a virtual network for us. But if I would do this for customer A or customer B, I could just use that same module, provide different parameters, and basically start reusing my code for different customers or for production and test environments or for different departments, etc. So that's all about being able to reuse that code. Another great thing about using modules is we can also use it in combination with loops. So loops allows us to create multiple instances of the same resource or the same multiple resources, but only declaring them once. So as you can see, I have the declaration of a module here again, but I actually added here a for loop. And this states that for each AVD backplane inside AVD backplanes, which is an array, I need to loop through this Bicep file. So this allows me to create multiple resources, in this case of the Azure Virtual Desktop module, without having to declare them multiple times. So I could just loop through a certain array or a certain value in order to create multiple virtual machines or multiple network adapters, or in this case, multiple Azure Virtual Desktop environments. So the more you start to work with Bicep files and the complexity and adding more codes and adding more resources, you sometimes want to have a sort of graphical representation of what you're actually going to create. And the great thing about Bicep and VS Code is that it actually allows you to do that. So if you right-click here and say Open Visualizer, this provides us with a visualization of what we're going to create in Azure. And as you can see, it has a nice diagram with the modules, with the resources and the resource names and the types, etc., allowing me to get a good representation of what we're going to create. So I can use this as documentation or providing it to someone else to get more insights on what they're going to create.
So this looks cool. So when we create Bicep, automatically we can also represent as a workflow diagram.
Yep. And this diagram is also interactive. So I can change this to whatever I want to have it, or change it or add values as well. Or actually revert to what it looked like in the past. So yeah, like you said, definitely really helpful as you start to create resources and want to get an idea of what it looks like. The visualizer definitely is your friend. What is also great about the visualizer is that it's also interactive in a way that, for example, if I would open up the visualizer side by side, which you can also do, it is also automatically updating. So for example, if I would create another resource here by simply copying and pasting this resource, adding it in here and providing a quick unique name, we can see that on the right-hand side, it's initially added, right? So as long as you are adding all of the code and all of the resources, you can have another screen or another, in this case, side by side, which helps you along the way and get index be visible as well. So really, really helpful in that area. That's the Bicep visualizer. And well, of course, these are just a couple of objects, but let me actually show you a bigger example which contains a lot of resources, which is my 6 main.l. If I would open up the visualizer here, we can now really see the power of the visualizer, because now we have a lot of resources. I even need to zoom in to actually be able to read it, but a lot of resources that are being created with all of the dependencies and the relationships between those resources, which allows us to get a really good sense of what we're going to create. So the more templates you start to use, the more modules you start to use, the more benefit you'll actually get for this visualizer as well. So the last thing I want to show you before we go back to the slide deck and provide a quick summary is the process of decompiling. So you might actually have ARM templates already be created as part of previous projects, or you might have downloaded some JSON templates as well. And the question we always get a lot is, am I able to transition a JSON file back to Bicep to start reusing Bicep from that moment on? And the answer is yes. So if I would do a Bicep decompile, and I would provide, so for example, file number 8 here, which is a WVD to decompile JSON file, hit enter here. And as you can see on the left-hand side, we actually get the Bicep equivalent be created. So I can open it up side by side again. And actually, oh, this is not the correct. Let me do that again. So I have number 8 here. Open it up and side by side. So left-hand side is the one that actually was created based on the ARM template. So we started with an original ARM template, and whether this was downloaded from the Azure portal or downloaded from some kind of GitHub location, or maybe you authored your own ARM template in the past, the decompile allows me to decompile back to Bicep and then start using Bicep as the new file. Now, of course, the decompilation is at best effort, as is stated in the warning here as well, because not all features that are inside Bicep are also in ARM templates, but it really allows you to get a jump start on existing ARM templates and making the transition to start using Bicep as well. And the other thing is that, for example, if you don't have an existing JSON file, but rather you have, for example, an existing Azure object, and let me actually remove now and show you the Azure portal. So we go into the Azure portal, and let's just select a random resource here. So let's go to virtual machines and pick one of the virtual machines inside this list. And we go to JSON view. This already provides us with the JSON view of this resource. But I can actually copy the link, the resource ID, to this resource, go into an empty Bicep file, go into command palette, and select the option Bicep insert resource. Paste that value, hit enter, and now the Azure, the Bicep CLI engine will actually grab the resource, get the JSON file, and initially already transpile it into Bicep again. So this is the Bicep command, the Bicep template for creating the virtual machine that I just had in the Azure portal. So this really allows you to get a jump start and sort of do an analysis on how a certain resource is being created, to do some reverse engineering, to get an idea of how a resource is created in the Azure portal. Just grab any resource ID from any portal, from any location in Azure, copy it in to actually see what the Bicep would look like. So this is a great starting point if you're new to Bicep language and want to get an idea about the syntax, to get some idea of what a Bicep file looks like. Any questions?
No, Flick. This is going to be really helpful for many people.
Yeah,
Exactly.
for sure. Yeah. Okay.
As I can see, it's very easy to understand as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, and especially if you compare it to the JSON language, it's like I said, the JSON language is really intended for machines to exchange data about certain resources, and the Bicep language just really focusing on the authoring experience with all of the extensions in VS Code as well. So yeah, it's definitely a great help. It's one of the reasons that I never went back to ARM templates about 2 years ago, because of the simplicity and all of the code extensions that you get as part of Bicep. Okay, So hopefully that was an interactive and fun demo to see. So let me go
Yes.
back to the slide deck and to provide a quick summary of what we have seen today. So this is the roadmap of Bicep and where Bicep actually came from. So it was initially released late 2020 in August with a alpha release. Really the first release, a couple of objects that were only available, but the first time Bicep actually was publicly available as part of the GitHub location. And as you can see, it transitioned into what it is today. So right now we are somewhere between the 0.5 version. So a lot of the 0.4 versions, a lot of the functionality is already in there, like the linter rules and the snippets and the resource scaffolding we saw in the demo. And a couple of other things were going to be added soon as well. So we are still expecting to be the 0.1, the 1.0 version somewhere this month, or probably April by now. But a really cool thing that is going to be added is the ability to actually pass an entire resource towards a module. So we took a quick look at using modules and providing values to these modules in order to provide parameters. But it's going to be possible to also provide an entire resource to a module and actually read the properties of those resources inside the module as well. And the other thing we didn't really touch. Yeah, it's really great. Yeah, it allows you to have, not have an entire list of properties, but simply provide the entire resource to that module. So definitely looking forward to that. We didn't really touch on is something that's called registries or module registries. So the example that we had in the demo where the Bicep module was stored on a local file system, that's not really ideal in terms of code sharing with other colleagues or other developers in your department. But the private module on Azure, and then use the rollback access control inside of there to share that Bicep module with other co-workers as well. So basically work on the same modules and work on the same pieces of code. So private registry is already available today. So it allows you to have a private repository in Azure based on an ACR. And public registry is going to be added as part of the 0.5 version, probably somewhere this or next month. We're expecting that.
Okay.
So another common question before we wrap it up is always, we're looking at an 0.4, 0.5 release. Is Bicep already ready for production usage? And the answer is definitely yes. So since the 0.4 release last year, Bicep has been ready for production usage as well. So there's full support for Microsoft support. There's all of the docs pages and all of the documentation, etc. The only reason it's not a 1.0 version yet is that they're still waiting to make an official release in terms of policy changes, stricter policy change, to avoid any breaking changes that we do inside the code. But other than that, I personally have been using Bicep for production since 0.3, 0.3 version already. But it is definitely ready for production usage since the 0.4 release.
Okay. Okay.
So what do you recommend for the people who don't have any previous programming language, programming skills, and new to the Azure and new to the Bicep freak?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that for a big part, the Bicep language is all about being a declarative language. So you don't necessarily have to have programming knowledge in terms of sequential programming, like, for example, PowerShell or Azure CLI does with all of the commands that need to be processed. But it is, of course, handy if you have, some ARM experience. It's definitely not needed, but if you do have ARM, it's easier to transition to Bicep as well. But I think my best advice would be to first understand the concept of infrastructure as code, so what it actually means. Then take a look at, for example, some simple examples to get a first resource, or like we've seen with the decompiling, so to decompile an existing resource into Bicep and actually seeing what's going on. And definitely also use the VS Code with the coding extension in there along the way as you are creating your first.
Okay. Okay. I think this will be really good for many people who really using Azure Cloud extensively
Yep.
for all their infrastructure automation or hosting
Yep.
or their data related projects.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that many developers, many organizations were sort of scared when they actually saw the first JSON templates because they're so complex to read into digest.
Yes,
This
yes,
actually allows you to have a much steeper learning curve in actually starting to use infrastructure as code and get all of the benefits of, like you said, automation and well, maybe Azure pipelines, etc. So yeah, so definitely helpful for those organizations that want to take the next step into public cloud and using infrastructure as code. Yep.
yeah. Thanks, Prick, for your time.
Yeah. Thank you,
Probably
Freak. It was a
will.
great session.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, thank you for having me. And well, again, if there's anyone who wants to win a copy of the book, I actually have it have it right here. So make sure to send a tweet or a LinkedIn message, and I'm happy to draw a winner at the end of the event. But yeah, thank you for having me, and hopefully it was valuable content.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, Prick.
Thank you, Freak. Shows how easy it is to get started with the Azure automation in deploying various resources on the Azure. We will be looking forward to explore a lot with you. And thanks again for this wonderful session. Now, I would like to hand over this session quickly to Akhil for conducting a quiz where we have a chance of winning wonderful swag. That is a book called Get Started with the Azure Bicep, which is written by Freak version itself. So please stay tuned for the quiz and enjoy a lot. Over to you, Akhil. Thank you.
Hi, hi everyone. So I'll be opening up the quiz. Can everybody confirm that you're able to see the screen? So I've shared the game pin on the chat. So we have around 10 players now. Yasmin, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I can able to see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let's wait for some more time before we start the quiz. So before starting the event, I just want to confirm that please share your, if you have won the quiz, then please share your winner's screenshot. You have to take a screenshot confirming that you're a winner, and you have to send it to info@cloudnloud.com. So please make sure that you send the winner screenshot to info@cloudnloud.com. It's very important, otherwise we won't be able to identify who has won the quiz. So we'll wait for 1 more minute. So shall we get started?
Yes, Akhil. We will.
Okay, I'm clicking on start. So what is Project Bicep? Okay, 8 people have answered. Okay, let's see who is leading. Okay, let me go on to the next question. So is Bicep a JSON? You just have to click on the right option. Okay, let's see who's leading now. Great. Let me go to the next question. What does AZ Bicep build do? Okay. Okay, we see some new names. Next. How do you install Biceps? So this is the last question. Can biceps replace arms? Okay, let's see who the winner is. Okay, Yuvraja has won the quiz. Please read Yuvraja. Please share your screenshot with us at info@cloudnloud.com. Please make sure you do not miss it so that we can identify you.
Congratulations, Yuvaraja.
Congrats. Okay, so let me stop sharing. Okay, so that was a fun quiz. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let's head on to the next session, which will be on uh, how to be a DevOps evangelist by 𝒚𝒂𝒏 𝒂𝒏.
That's an
So
interesting topic.
yeah,
Yeah, we look
let's
forward.
see, let's see how it goes.
Hi, Pawan. It's our honor to welcome you to this conference for a speech. And
Yeah, thanks, Murli.
yeah, okay. Can you please give us a short introduction about yourself?
So yeah, my name is Pawan, and I'm currently working for this company called Harness, which is a CD platform, modern CD platform. I work as a developer advocate, and apart from that, I'm also known in the DevOps community as one of the influencers. I share a lot of articles, knowledge on DevOps, and I write articles on other publications too. So yeah, developer evangelism and DevOps advocacy is what I do. Yeah.
Cool. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
So, can you please share us your perspective of how to become a DevOps evangelist?
Yeah. So yeah, to become a DevOps evangelist, DevOps or tech, because it comes under DevOps comes under tech software industry itself. So there is no fast and set rule to become a DevOps evangelist, but I can share my own story right now. So
Yes.
the first and foremost thing is to pick a social media channel. I picked LinkedIn because LinkedIn helped me a lot to build my personal brand and to become a DevOps or you call it tech evangelist, right? And
Okay.
then after picking a particular social media channel for yourself, then starting with start connecting with the like-minded people. See, for me, when you say tech evangelist or DevOps evangelist, the main people are developers because those are the ones who are going to listen to you or read your articles or share what you do. So and then after that, start sharing your knowledge and first of all, don't push your products and services initially or because developers usually they can easily find out if you're just there to promote your services or products. So provide value on that particular platform, social media channel that you choose, and be consistent in producing content. And basically build trust and a brand of your own. Building trust will eventually give you that personal brand that you want, and you can become a tech or DevOps evangelist.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So, when we talk about becoming a DevOps evangelist,
Okay.
uh, I'm just wondering, should one should have to have some development or DevOps working experience to become a DevOps evangelist?
Yeah, that's an added advantage actually if they have a DevOps or a development experience prior. But for me, since I did my MBA marketing, I have this marketing mind along with the tech. I was not a technical guy before. Like, in 2015, I think 16, I joined this CI/CD company called Shipper. From there onwards, I started learning, reading DevOps articles and technical things. So yeah, actually, knowing DevOps tools like Docker, Kubernetes, prior will actually help you to become a very good DevOps, technology or DevOps evangelist. That's an added advantage, actually.
Perfect. So, this term nowadays is very popular. So, can you please share something about the exact term? What is technology evangelism?
Okay. So yeah, evangelism is basically spreading knowledge, actually, right? So when we say technology evangelist or a DevOps evangelist, spreading it can be spreading tech knowledge and helping developers solve the problems end of the day. So for that, you need to read a lot of tech articles, and you need to know most of the trending content and technologies like Docker, Kubernetes, service mesh, serverless, and you need to be up to date with all that. So uh, technology evangelism is nothing but spreading knowledge that you earn on the ongoing basis it can be through tutorials, articles, creating videos. So it's basically building trust and creating a community out there, and become a, and that's how you also become a DevOps or tech influencer. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So the technology can be anything, right? With respect to any platform, right? Perfect.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sure. So what exactly does a technology evangelist do?
Yeah, like I said, they usually share things on how particular technology, cloud native technology work. I'm talking about DevOps evangelists. So basically, they should be up to date with the ongoing trends in the DevOps or tech trends. Understand how things work, document them, and then they usually write articles, and they share them with the developers outside through with choosing a social media channel, like how I did, how I usually do with LinkedIn. One thing that really helped me is, like, creating free ebooks for developers so that it is free and they can use it. I created ebooks like Docker ebook, a Kubernetes ebook. So basically, that's what they do. They, at the end of the day, they build communities. They read a lot, and they provide value to developers and help developers solve the problems.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So okay, it's interesting. Like so, as you share about more about technology evangelist, so people would have get more interest to how to become a technology evangelist. So, in your perspective, what skills do you need? Do you want others to become a technology evangelist?
Yeah, very good question. So, um, like I said again, there are no hard and fast rule. There are no, like, I can say these are the skills they should have, but I can quote, like, like I can take my own example. They should have a good storytelling, because technology, when you talk about technology or DevOps, it's kind of new, still new. People don't understand it properly. Most of the folks, right?
Exactly.
So you need to make sure you tell these hard complex things in a form of story, right? Good storytelling and understanding the trends in the technology. So you can, for this understanding the trends in technology, you can use this tool called Google Alerts, where you
Okay.
can specify your favorite keywords like service mesh, serverless, whatever you want to track. So once you do that, every day you will get notified if somebody writes an article on your favorite subject. And apart from that, understanding, like, good storytelling skills, understanding the trends in the technology, and of course they should have good writing skills. And
Okay.
along with that, soft skills and some marketing skills will also help. So these are the four skills I
Sounds
recommend
good.
people.
Yeah, sounds good. Actually, I have done once that enabling that Google alert and get
Yeah.
a random notification from Google in our email so that
Yeah.
we can update it in our technology.
Yes. Yeah.
That's very good. So we would love to hear about your journey, Pawan,
Mhm.
in becoming a DevOps evangelist. Can you please share?
Yeah, sure. So, uh, I am basically a mechanical engineer. So,
Awesome.
I don't have a software degree as such. I'm a mechanical engineer. But then this company approached me, Shipwell, like I said, they were building a CI/CD platform.
Mhm.
They approached me, and at that moment, at that time in 2015 and 16, I didn't know what is DevOps.
Okay.
So then I was hired as a marketing guy there in this company. I was the only marketing guy. So what kind of marketing do you do for a software company like this? That's my first software company.
Okay.
So then I started, wondering what should I do, because anyhow I have to get going with the work. So I started reading these technical DevOps articles, and I started reading, and then started writing in my own words in the form of stories. People started liking them, and also I found this gap. Developers are the smartest guys on earth, but somehow they don't usually come out and talk. right? Because they are very busy solving the problem. So I found this gap, and then what I did, I chose LinkedIn as my professional networking tool. I started connecting with the DevOps people, and then started sharing similar kind of things. From there, actually, it picked up. People started liking my stories, and then I actually started understanding Docker, Kubernetes, like faking it till you make it. Well, there was time when I thought like, okay, I have to learn Kubernetes, at least the overview and the Docker overview and how things work. From there, I started doing some hands-on, and started sharing these articles, writing articles. I started on medium.com because it was free. It's free. Anybody can just go and write articles. And then once I got good support and some trust, credibility, I started approaching these people on different publications to share my articles. Uh, that's how I built this whole kind of personal brand and a name in the DevOps industry. Yeah, that's my journey to becoming in JFrog, my previous company. I was handling the tech communities, DevOps advocacy, and here in this company Harness, I'm a developer advocate. So yeah.
Awesome. That's pretty inspiring.
Mhm.
Yeah, I usually see your articles a lot, and I
Yeah.
love. Yeah, that's pretty inspiring, and I hope anyone who sees this video get inspired and follow your path.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one last question before we
Mm.
this session. So
Sure.
can you please show a roadmap to someone? What would be a suggestion to someone who would like to become, a technology or DevOps evangelist?
Okay, sure. So the first thing is to have a clear goal in mind. Select your topic, area, or a technology that you want to talk about. Right? It can be as simple as Kubernetes. You might take Kubernetes as a topic, and Kubernetes is trending. You can talk a lot about it, right? And first thing is selecting the topic, and second thing is selecting the channel,
Okay.
the social media channel, either Twitter or LinkedIn. There are many, but for my personal thing, LinkedIn helped me a lot. I'm still trying my best on Twitter, but I'm not getting that much results on Twitter. So select that, and then start experimenting with the technology you choose to understand it better. For example, take a mean stack and just try out how mean stack works, and create a Kubernetes cluster, and then deploy your app there, and then start reading and writing on that topic that you choose. Right? There's, like I said, I started with medium.com. There is
Okay.
dev.to, Hashnode, dzone, where you can write articles. But the very important thing is to be consistent. What I have usually seen people doing is they come in one day, and then a week or a month they think like, okay, this is not working for me anyways. People are not liking my articles or not liking what I'm sharing on LinkedIn or Twitter.
Mhm.
This is not for me. But I'll tell you, it took me 3 to 4 years to build the brand that it's today, right? So being consistent is very important. And the other thing is like participate in meetups, conferences like this, and share your knowledge so that people can learn more and tag you in their posts. And that's the thing. You just end of the day, you need to build that trust and credibility that you want to gain and become a kind of, I would say, not the proper word, but become a influencer in the field wherever you are.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to hear.
Yeah.
So I like the part where you talked about the consistency. Many of us are missing
Yeah. Yeah.
consistency when writing the and sharing our knowledge. So that's a
Yeah.
good part.
Hmm.
So yeah, that do you want anything to share or let know the audience and any uh, other idea that you need to share you have anything.
Yeah, this is it I have, but you guys can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So yeah, and I'm really honored you guys called me to talk in this mini conference,
Yeah,
and I wish you guys all the best.
yeah,
Yeah, thank you so much,
yeah.
Pawan.
Thanks, Aujanya. Thanks.
Yeah.
That was an amazing session by Pawan and Murali. The toughest part always is to get started. So I'm sure Pawan has pushed you all to get started into the world of DevOps. So this puts an end to the first uh, part of the event. We'll be taking a short break and resuming the session at 2 p.m. Thank you for joining. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second half of the Cloudnloud mini conference. In this session, we'll be looking into various DevOps topics. So, the first topic will be how to get started with DevOps by Ravish Rawat.
Hey guys, my name is Ravish and welcome back to today's session. So in today's video, we are going to talk about how to start your career in DevOps. So this is one of the questions that has been asked since quite a lot uh, time, that how do we start our career in DevOps? So there are a lot of people who are freshers. There are a lot of people who are into some other like manual testing, business analyst, or some other QA profession who want to change their career into DevOps. So this is the topic for today. A bit brief introduction about myself. My name is Ravish, and I work as a DevOps consultant uh, in in one of the companies, and I have around 10 years of experience into DevOps and a bit of cloud. So I started my career as a developer. I worked there for around 3 years, and after that, I started learning more about DevOps and technology related to cloud. I started my career from Azure. After that, I worked for AWS, and today I've worked for GCP as well. So it's a bit of everything that I've worked upon. All right, so let's start the topic for today. So if you can see on my screen, the topic is how to start your career in DevOps. So let's talk about the agenda for today. So the first thing that we are going to talk about is what exactly is DevOps. So that's the first thing that we're going to talk about, because moving forward, we have to have a basic idea that what exactly is DevOps over here. All right. Then the next thing we are talking about is why DevOps. Why do we need DevOps in our daily life? So that would be the second thing. After that, we'll be talking about the DevOps workflow. How does the company these days, how the organization these days work on DevOps. All right. After that, we're going to talk about from where to start your DevOps journey. So we have divided into phases: in first phase, second phase, and third phase. And if you follow exactly what has been told in these phases, you'll be able to learn DevOps very easily, and you can distribute some time, like 1 month, 2 months, or over a period of 6 months. You can distribute it, and after that, you'll be able to learn it. All right. And at the end, we are going to take the question and answer. So if you have any question, feel free to comment below. Feel free to drop your comments below. All right. So that we're going to discuss. So let's get started. So what exactly is DevOps? So DevOps is a combination of two things: development and operation. All right. So if you can see on this screen, this is your organization, what you do, what you build, you test. There is a delivery pipeline between the customers and your company. Take an example of any application. The like WhatsApp is one of those applications that you generally use on a daily basis. So what happens is, this is your company, and let us say that you're working in WhatsApp. All right. So what you're going to do over here, you are going to send a release to customers. You have to send a new feature to the customer. So what you will do, so the people in the company will build some code. You have to run some test cases on it, and then you'll release it to the market. And after that, once you start using it, you'll give some feedback, and then we as a DevOps engineer have to monitor it and then plan it accordingly for the next build. All right. So if you talk about Amazon's definition, it is something like DevOps is a combination of cultural philosophies, practices, and tools that increases an organization ability to deliver application and services at high velocity, evolving and improving product as a faster pace than organization using traditional software developments and infrastructure management processes. So this speed enables organization to better serve their customers and compete more effectively in the market. So this is a basic definition of DevOps. All right. So let's talk about why do we need DevOps. The first thing is fast. It enables faster development, deployment, and delivery. So let's take an example of a developer who is working on some kind of a feature, and whenever he wants to test his application, what he'll do is he'll just add his code into some kind of SCM. So what exactly is SCM? It's source code management, and then we are going to talk about more later. But for now, you can just understand what an SCM is: a place where you put your code. All right. So that developer is going to put his code into an SCM, and after that, we as a DevOps engineer will take care of it, and then he can just put that code. There would be one-click deployment or zero-click deployment, and within a few minutes, he would be able to see his code. So if his code is running properly, then I think he'll move on to some other features. He would move on to fix some other bug. So that will be the thing that he's going to do. So it enables the faster development, which like processes for faster deployment and the delivery to the customer. So this is the first thing. The next thing is predictability. So predictability means over here that you will have lower failure rates. So how? So if there is some feature that needs to be developed, a new feature has to be developed, what we will do is we'll give them a whole infrastructure to the developers. They'll build their code. They'll put their code into some kind of SCM like GitHub or something. They'll test their code at every check-in, and after that, they'll be able to test if everything is working fine or not. If they want to run regression tests, they can run that. If they want to test the single module or single application that they have been working on, they can test that, and that can be tested, and you can find out that there is no error, or whatever the error is, that can be fixed. So it is very much essential for the lower failure rates, and that is for predictability. Is the next thing is reproducibility. So we have something known as versions. So versions in, let's say, today whatever application that you have been using is not exactly the same that you have been using since last 3 months, or in the future there will be something that will be added extra. Let's take an example of WhatsApp again. So people who have been using WhatsApp since last 5-6 years, they know that previously when it was introduced, there was only one thing that you would be able to send only messages. Now you can have a voice call, now you can have a video call, now you can send videos, you can send a lot of stuff, links, you can start your stories, you can put some status and then share on YouTube and stuff. This is a lot that has been done. So this is some kind of versions. And if anything goes haywire while production, while running of the application, you can always come back to the previous session, previous version, and then deploy it. So it is reproducibility that you need to understand. We need for DevOps. All right. Then quality. Then again, this is kind of related to the second point, which is predictability, that greater quality as the code has been tested a lot. For example, any code that a developer has written might have some bugs, might have some code vulnerabilities. He might have written something. He might have passed some passwords or usernames over there, and once it is tested, you will come to know that okay, this is vulnerability, and that should be removed. So it improves the quality of the code. So there are tools for that, and we're going to discuss in further in this video. All right. The next thing is security. Again, the bugs and the vulnerabilities. So security is, you know, that one of the very burning issue in today's world. So if your application is not secure, if anyone can access it and steal your messages, steal your content, and steal your stuff, that would be an issue. So finding bugs and vulnerabilities is one of those things. And if you know that there is one more stream known as DevSecOps, Development Security Operations. So security is added to this in terms of DevSecOps, and it is one of the new professions that people have learned about and people are moving to. It is kind of one of the branches. All right. So this is the security part, and then manageable. So what happens is, if you have a bit of information about agile, it kinds of relate, you would be able to relate to that. So it breaks larger code base into smaller pieces. How? Let's say you have to write a huge module, but that huge module might be having some small parts, right? Okay, this feature 1, feature 2, and feature n. So you can deliver that feature 1, feature 2, and feature 2. So if you are going to push all of your code, all of the features at once, there is a high chance of getting it broken, high chance of getting errors. So what you do is you do feature by feature, like feature 1, feature 2, or 2 features at one time. So it's easy for people to manage it, because if 10 features are there and then all of them has a problem, then it could be an issue for your developers and testers. And if you go one by one, then it would be much more manageable for you. So that's why we need DevOps. All right. So this is now DevOps workflow. So if you can see on my screen, so there are 2 parts to it. Dev, if you can see over this, and then this is Ops, and total 8 activities. And this does not resort to only these activities. Teams, organization, depending on their requirement, depending on their ask, can change it. All right. So do not get confused if you see something extra or something not over here. All right. So the first thing is planning. In planning, when you decide what feature do you want, how do you want it, so that's the first thing. And then you have to write the code. In that code, you'll write the code. So if how plan and code are related, in plan, whenever there is a feature proposed, or if there is a new project, you have to decide what language you are using. You'll be writing your code in Java, C#, .NET, Python, or any sort of language. You're going to plan it in the first stage. After that, you just start coding. All right. And then once the code is done, for example, let's say very basic thing, your code is in Java, and then you have to build that code. So for building, what you will do, you build a file out of it, an artifact out of it. So that artifact would be what? A jar file, a war file, or an EAR file. So that jar file would be Java archive file. A war file if it's a web application. A EAR file if it's an enterprise application. EAR is enterprise archive. So these are the things. So you will use build tools for that. What are the build tools? We're going to talk about in the future in this video. And then test, you will test. So let's say it's a web-based application. You're going to run a Selenium test on it. There are multiple tests available. There are JUnit tests, and there are NUnit, XUnit, and Karma test. There are a lot of other tests. So you're going to put that. After that, what you will do, this is the dev part that is completed. After that, what you will do, you will release the product. And then once you release the product, there are environments. So first environment is the dev environment, then staging environment, then pre-prod, then production environment, UAT environment. And again, I'm going to say that, I'm going to just reiterate the same point, that these things are not exactly the same in every organization. Every organization has a bit of their DevOps definition, their DevOps practices and stuff. The main idea is the same, but their applications, the way of their application could be different. So it's not a hard and fast rule that you're going to find all of these in one company. All right, and then you deploy the code to the higher environments or lower environments. Now, when I talk about higher environments and lower environment, higher environments means that something that is exposed to the client, to the user, the people. So that's a higher environment or production environment. And then lower environment means your dev, QA environment, a bit of staging environment as well. All right, and then you operate on that, and then you monitor it. How you monitor it, we're going to talk about that as well. So this is a very basic workflow of a DevOps engineer, DevOps. Now, the burning question, from where to start. So I have been bombarded with a lot of questions that, sir, I'm working in this industry for last 2-3 years, and there is no scope for that. And this is something that we need to understand. How do I start my career? Or there are people who have been into other professions who, I personally know people who have been into electrical engineering and then they want to come to IT. And then there are people who have been working into manual testing and they want to change their career to DevOps. So let's talk about the burning question, that from where to start if you are confused. All right. So the first thing I'm always going to say, break it into chunks, divide and conquer. Break it into chunks. If you're going to see a problem as like one huge problem, then it would be really really intimidating. So don't do that. Divide it into phases. And how you're going to do it, I'm going to explain it to you today itself in this video. The first one, the baby steps. All right. So the baby steps, you know how a baby learns running, right? He first he crawls, then he stands, and then he starts walking. So take the baby steps first. Second, start walking. Once you learn how you stand, then you learn how you walk, and then you start running. So divide it into 3 phases. First, the baby steps. Second would be start walking, and third would be running. So the baby steps. The first thing and the foremost thing, I have been always saying that start from scripting. Either pick one scripting, batch, shell, or PowerShell. Okay. So how do we divide them? So there are 2 types of environment that are generally for Linux and Windows environment. All right. So more than 80 to 90% of the world's DevOps servers in which DevOps works are Linux, and then rest are like other environments like your Windows environment. All right. So if you want to work on Windows for the scripting, a lot of people use PowerShell. All right. And a few people use batch as well, but batch is kind of old, so it is not much used in these days. PowerShell is like kind of used. All right. And then when you want to work in the shell Linux environment, then you have to use shell scripting or bash scripting, BASH, that you have to use. And people who think that, okay, we do not need scripting, you need scripting if you want to come into DevOps. So that's the first thing. The next thing is a programming language, and Python is one of those programming language which is very easy to pick. It's totally dependent upon you which programming language you want to pick. You want to pick Java, you want to pick some other language, which is fine. But easy to pick is Python language. In my YouTube channel, there is a course for that. There is a course for bash scripting, and Python scripting as well. You can check out my videos. I'll explain in the last slide. All right. So people, there is one more thing. People who want to switch their careers from dev to DevOps, from business analyst to DevOps, from performance engineer or QA to DevOps, think that, okay, I don't have to do coding, so let's go into DevOps. No, that's a myth. Please do not do that, and please do not think about that. If you are moving into DevOps, you don't have to write code. So Python is easy to pick. but you have to write code, and please be aware about it. All right. So let's move on to other things. Second is Go. Go is kind of recently in since last few years, and people are picking it up. So you can pick one of those, or if you want to pick Java, that is totally fine. All right. The next thing is SCM, which I talked about in the first slide. SCM is source code management. So what is source code management? Place where you put your code. All right. So there would be a developer who will write his code. He's going to put it into some kind of repository. All right. So Git. So Git is basically a protocol, a software that is downloaded. Do not get confused between Git and GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. Git is the main thing, and on top of it, people have built GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and other things. All right. Do not get confused between Git and GitHub. GitHub is online hosting. You can check it out. People generally use GitHub. It's very famous. There is one more, GitLab, and Atlassian has their own Bitbucket. You can take a look at that. So I hope you have heard about this. All right. And then there is SVN. SVN is also known as Subversion. It is kind of old. And then we have Perforce. We have RTC, Rational Transfer Concert from IBM. So I'm sorry if I've messed up with the full form, but RTC Concert is IBM's product that is being used. All right. So these are the SCM. So if you even know one, then it's fine. You can take a look at my channel for this course. Operating system. All right. So operating system. Obviously, you are going to work in a PC or a laptop or something. You are going to have an operating system on that. As I've already told, and will iterate that Linux is the preferred one because 80 to 90% of the servers in the world are on Linux. All right. So you can pick Linux, and if you are in the initial stage, like you are less than 2 years or less than 3 years of experience, you need to know at least basics of Linux, and how, like Linux admin stuff, what is sudo, how to check what is stop command, how to check which process is using a lot of memory, and this you have to have a knowledge on. And on Windows, you need to know how to run stuff. Windows is kind of a lot of people use that, but if you want to come into the field of DevOps, you must know Linux as well. All right. So these are the two operating systems that you need to know. And then build tools. So I was talking about the build tools, right? So the place I was talking about, the war file, the air file, and the jar file. Who will build it? If your code is in Java, your Maven will build it. Ant is a new tool. It was named as a new tool, but it's kind of old. So a lot of people do not use it. Maven is very famous, and a lot of people use it. So Maven is one of the tool. You give the goals in Maven, and then you can create an artifact out of it. All right. So these are the this is one of the things that you need to have in the phase one. And then artifact management. So now the thing is, if you are going to produce an artifact, if you are going to produce a jar file, a war file, or an air file, where are you going to put it? You're not going to just pick it up and put it in some kind of server or some kind of place, from physical place from where people will come and take it. No, that's a bad idea. Put it on JFrog, put it on Nexus, put it on Azure Artifacts. Azure Artifacts, another thing, we'll talk about that as well. So just understand it, kind of an artifactory. JFrog is an artifactory where you can connect and you can put your artifact, and you will give the access to all other people, and then those people will download it from their JFrog. JFrog and Nexus kind of work on the same principle that you are going to follow. All right, so this is artifact management or artifactory that you're going to use. And then CI/CD tools. So CI/CD, once you have done all these things, you start picking CI/CD tools. Now in CI/CD tools, the most famous is Jenkins. So most automation is used through Jenkins. And then we have TeamCity, again the same principle, but a different product. And then for deployment, we have Octopus Deploy. It takes your artifacts, keeps the artifact, and deploy them to the servers. It's very good software. I've personally worked on it. And then we have Circle CI, and GitLab, I think, also have their CI/CD. All right. So if you are looking for Jenkins course, it is also available on my channel. You can take a look. All right. So these are the these are the steps that you need to follow in the phase one. So if you can just take a pause over here, you can just write down, or you can just take a screenshot over here and then save them. I would like to tell that if you have a pen and paper, then you can write it down, because it's one of the most important things that you need to learn if you want to start your career in DevOps. All right. So if these things are clear, let's move to the second phase. Okay. So in the second phase, I've already told that you have to start working. Let's talk about network and security. So network and security means you need to know what is HTTPS. HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, FTP, File Transfer Protocol, SSL, Secret Socket Layer, and then TLS, the DNS, and OSI model. So if you come from an engineering background, if you have you must have heard about this OSI model. You must have heard about the layers, the presentation layer, the network layer, there are 7 layers, all right. So you have to study all of them, how do they work. So it is not expected if you are less than 2 to 3 years of experience, but if you go to mid senior position, people accept you to understand the networking security, because these are the things that has been asked. I have personally got the question, and if I take interviews I also ask the same, all right. And then I was talking about the vulnerabilities and bug when I was talking, right? So this is SonarQube and Checkmarx. So SonarQube and Checkmarx are used for your static analysis and static analysis code test, system testing. So in that code, whatever there are vulnerabilities, there could be code smells, there could be technical debt, there could be a lot of stuff that has been piling up and you don't know about it. So these are the two software that you are going to use for the code security, the vulnerabilities, all right. So SonarQube, the developer version is free of cost, and even if you are a student or a fresher who don't want to spend money, you can download SonarQube and go through the videos how to use SonarQube, all right. So, and Checkmarx is paid, so if you're looking for starters, you can go with SonarQube. There is something known as white source as well. I'm not sure whether it's free or not, so you can take a look at that as well, all right. Next, the servers. Now servers we have divided into two parts. One is the web server. So if you are working on a Windows environment, then you need to know IIS. So I think its full form is information server, something related to that. You can take a look. I do not remember it right now. And then there is one Apache server, and then there is one Apache Tomcat. Do not get confused between Apache server and Apache Tomcat. Both of them are managed by Apache Foundation, but they are two different things. All right. And then you have Nginx for load balancing and stuff. How does it work? You can take a look at my videos. How does Nginx work? And then these are the things in the web servers that you need to know about, because you will be working on an application, right? So the developer will pick the code. Sorry, developer will write the code, put it into some kind of SCM, and then you will pick that code. After that, you have to deploy it over somewhere, right? And if it's a web-based application, you need a web server for that. So that's why you need to know what exactly is happening. And then there is a lot of traffic that is happening on them, then you need to know how to load balance it. So you can study about Nginx as well, all right? After that, we talk about databases. Now, every application that you have been using is talking to a database, all right? So there are two types of database: NoSQL like MongoDB, and the other database is MySQL and MS SQL. All right, so these are the database that you need to know. If you do not need to know like 100% of it as a DB admin, because you guys are not DB admin, but you need to have an information how to run queries, how to create tables, how to run DDL command, DML command, and these commands. You have to have an idea of that, because if tomorrow you are going to run some script and you're going to put that code, check that code, you need to know these basics commands, all right. So have a bit of idea on and how does NoSQL and the other type of database works. So you have to work on that, all right. Now one of the most important thing is infrastructure as a code. Now what happens is a lot of people, what they do is they run their code when they want to create an infrastructure, what they do is they go inside some kind. Take an example of Azure. So in Azure, they'll go inside, they'll click, and then they'll create an infrastructure out of it. But I don't want to spend my time like that, because manual effort is kind of time consuming, and I do not have that much time for that. So what I'll do is I'll learn something that will create my infrastructure just by running it. So what do we have for that? We have AWS CloudFormation and Terraform. AWS CloudFormation is already, the name suggests, AWS Amazon Web Services. They provide their own native code. It's in YAML. You can write it in YAML, and you just have to write that code and then run it. You will create a stack and then run that code, and your infrastructure would be created. Now, if you'll go manually create it, it will take like 10-20 minutes, and then if you do it from there, then it will create in 5 minutes. So you will make faster. The work of a DevOps is to make things, automate things, and consume less time. So this is CloudFormation. Terraform is again the same work, but it is platform agnostic, so you can use it on GCP, Azure, and Terraform. Only a few things like provider you need to change and a few things, and then you would be able to create the infrastructure. And this infrastructure means almost anything from EC2 server to DB, from Redis, everything you would be able to create. So I think there are more than 250 services, and Terraform has code for almost everything. If you want to study more about Terraform, you can go to the official website. From there, you will be able to see more of it. All right. So this is for Terraform. And then Azure has ARM, Azure Resource Manager, and recently they have worked on Bicep. So these three things are for separately. CloudFormation is for AWS, Terraform is for anything platform agnostic, and ARM is for mostly is for Azure. All right. So these are the things. Now for the monitoring part, monitoring I was talking about, right? How do you monitor? How is your application behaving? So you can learn about Grafana, you can learn about Prometheus, New Relic, and CheckMK. So these things will tell you how is your monitor is performing. How your server is performing, how your DB is performing. You can have the logs. So Grafana and Prometheus can work together as well. You can create a time series database in Prometheus, and then from there all the logs will be read. You have to run. It has its I think PromQL, its own query language. From there you can just get the data and study more about the data. Okay, what is happening, and it will have type, what type of service it is running, what type of resource it is running. So it is one of the mainly used these days. And then you can direct these logs to Grafana. Grafana can read these logs. It has its own plugins. So those plugins, what you can do is you can just install those plugins and have a very beautiful view like pie charts, graphs, histogram, and stuff. All right. So these are the things that you can do. And monitoring is very important because if your servers are going down, then it means your application will take a hit, and you do not want that, because that's business, and your company, whatever your company is doing, it'll be affected. So monitoring is very important. So this is something that you need to know in the phase 2. And once you know this, I'll be expecting you somewhere around 5 to 8 years of experience. And if you know all about this, then it's really great. You can easily get a job inside in IT industry with this much of experience. All right. Now let's talk about the last part, which is let's run. So for senior people, even who are 7 years, 8 years of experience, and so on, they talk about these stuff. So first is containerization. So in containerization, Docker is one of the very famous. There is one more, others as well, EXT and stuff, and etc. A lot of things are there. But containerization is mostly famous these days is because of Docker. So Docker is one of those technologies that you need to know. Docker is one of the revolutionary technology that has removed the virtual VMs. You need to know what exactly the problem that Docker was trying to resolve and has resolved. It has saved a lot of place. How it works on the hardware, what kernel does it work on, how it works on Linux, how it works on Windows environment, what is port mapping, what is volume mapping, and there's a lot of stuff that you can talk about in Docker. It's one of the very famous technology. So this is one thing that you need to talk about, need to learn about in the third phase. The next thing is container orchestration. And Kubernetes and Docker Swarm are very famous. Kubernetes is very famous these days, and almost if you go for any interview for a senior position or a mid-senior position, they might ask you questions on Kubernetes. I am thinking and I'm predicting it that there would be a time when if you do not know Kubernetes for a senior position, they might not even entertain your resume, or they might not even take your interview. So this is one of the things that you need to learn about Kubernetes, how to what exactly is pod, how it is working, what is the architecture, and this and this stuff. Docker Swarm resolves the same problem, but it's not that famous as Kubernetes, and it's kind of a bit difficult. Kubernetes is comparatively easier. I'm saying comparatively easier, so do not get confused. Comparatively easier than Docker Swarm, but yes, you can spend some time and learn it. All right. Let's move on to the configuration management. Configuration management, we have Ansible, Puppet, Chef, and Salt. I'll give you an example. Why do we need configuration management? For example, there is one server. You have to change the password. You have to create a new username and password. And what you'll do, you just go inside, create it. That's all. But let's say there are thousands of servers, and you have to create same user in all of the servers. How will you do it? You won't go in 1,000 servers, right? Because if it takes 1 minute to create, and that's on the lower end part, that if it's going to take 1 second to create that, it'll be taking 1,000 seconds. All right. So you use Ansible, Puppet, Chef, and so on. So there are two things to do that. One is polling and one is pushing. Polling in the sense there would be a master node, there would be a slave node that is going to talk to master node, or there will be some changes that needs to push. That you can go to their Ansible, Puppet, and Chef and Salt Stacks original documentation. There would be that would be available, and study more about this. So this is what we need for configuration management. And people expect when you are in senior position, people expect these kind of. So Ansible is kind of must. So if you know it, great. And the final thing and the final nail in the coffin is when this is all about DevOps, which whatever we have talked about. Now let's talk about cloud. So now these days, what is happening is whenever there's a DevOps position, they expect you to know cloud as well. DevOps is one thing, cloud is one separate thing. So do not get confused that these things are same, because they are not. And people have a myth. There is a one video on my channel in which I talk about the myths that we have in DevOps world, that DevOps cannot exist without cloud. It's a myth. That's not how it works. Cloud is one separate entity. You might or might not have it, but DevOps exists without cloud as well. But nowadays, people expect whenever you go for DevOps position, people expect you to cloud as well. So let's talk about those. So first is Amazon Web Services. So what is it? Amazon Web Services? Amazon Web Services again provide you it's a public cloud and provide you a lot of services that you can take a look. You can create an account on that. It's free of cost. You just need to have a credit card for that, and then they'll charge you one or two rupees for the first time. After that, they'll give you some credits, and you can study for that. All right, but make sure do not leave your services open, otherwise it's going to deduct the money. First it will go from your credits, then will go from your pocket. Okay, so be aware of that. Azure is again the second one, very famous. AWS is the most famous one, Azure, and then we talk about GCP. GCP is Google Cloud Platform from Google, obviously, and then Azure is from Microsoft, and AWS is from Amazon. So these are we have Alibaba as well, which is very famous, but a lot of people do not use it. Then we have IBM Bluemix as well, I guess, if I'm, and then we have OCI as well. OCI is for Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, used by Oracle. All right. And then we have OpenStack as well. So these are the things that you need to know in terms of cloud if you are in phase 3. So I hope you guys have understood the first phase, second phase, and third phase part. Distribute your stuff in such a way that, let's say I'm going to take phase 1 for 1.5 months or 1 month, and then second I'm going to take 2 months, and third I'm going to take for 3 months or 2 months, and have a practical stuff on that. And if you want to start your career into DevOps, start doing it. I mean, do not just study like people have videos and then they study, do not do anything practical. Do not do that, because tomorrow if you're going for an interview and then you tell them, okay, I have not been working on this, but I have learned this, he'll ask you like what exactly you have done. So if you'll just keep on speaking from your mouth, he'll just ask you that talk is cheap, show me the code or show me the stuff that you have done. So this is one of those things you need to learn and you need to understand. So yeah, I'm done here. So if you want to connect with me, this is my name is Ravish Rawat. If you can see, this is how it looks on LinkedIn, and then you can ping me, send me a friend request, and I'll connect to you. And if you want to follow me, follow on this channel. This is Logic Ops Lab, and you can follow me. Currently, I'm working on DevOps interview questions on Python, so that's what I'm currently doing right now. And I generally post 1 or 2 videos every week, and just it's free of cost. You can just download them, and I do have a repository from GitHub on GitHub where I put my code, and then you can take a look and download stuff from there. Yeah, I think I'm good over here. If you guys have any question, feel free to ask me. Yes, I'm available now. Okay, so the first question that has appeared on my screen: how to get DevOps job without experience? Okay, first of all, never believe if someone says that someone is going to give you a DevOps job without experience. If you're a fresher, there is a high you won't get a DevOps job. But it's not like that. It's not like that that you cannot get a chance. What exactly happens in the fresher case? People who were fresher, I have hired them without experience, but not experience in the industry. But what you can do is you can, whatever phases that I have talked about, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, I do not expect you as a fresher to know everything in phase 2 or everything in phase 3. I do not expect, but you need to have what exactly is a DevOps mindset, what is an SRE mindset. How do we do? You need to know a bit about branching strategies, things people talk about. You need to know what exactly is Git, basic knowledge of Git. You can learn this Git within second year or third year or fourth year of your engineering, or if you are from MCA background, you can learn even from that. So if you are applying for a DevOps job without industry experience, then you need to at least have phase 1 in your bucket. Okay, do not go like saying, okay, I do not understand what exactly is Git. Oh, I came to DevOps job without knowing that I don't need any kind of scripting or DevOps experience. Oh, I thought that DevOps would be easy, so let's apply to that job. So that's not the thing, guys. So if you want to get a job from DevOps as a fresher, you need to know at least the phase 1, and I will be more than happy to entertain your resume if you know that. But if you're expecting to get exactly the developer DevOps job when you're fresher, that does not happen. I'll tell you in a scenario why it does not happen. So what happens is, if you are a fresher and you do not know anything about it, you do not have any sort of training in that. If I take you in my team, and tomorrow, if I gave you some kind of server, let's say it's highly unlikely to happen, but if I give some kind of access to the higher environment, and if you messed something up, so that will come on the lead, that will come on me, that who has given you the access for this. So in order to have a DevOps job is different from what you do on development side. It's different from what you do on the QA side. Okay, development you can start on any day, but for DevOps you need to have some practices that people need to know. So I think if you want to get a DevOps job without experience, you need to build a profile, at least have a GitHub account in which you are writing the script. You need to know about TeamCity, you need to know about Jenkins, you need to know about Git and how the workflow. Create a project, put it on GitHub, and at the time of interview, show it, flex it, that okay, this is the project that I have done, this is the project that I have done, this is the artifact that I have created, this is the artifact. I'll be more than happy and more than amazed that if as a fresher you have done this, I'll be more than happy to give you a job, DevOps job, without the industry experience in my company. So any other questions? Okay, this is a very interesting question, and everybody wants to know it, that what exactly is a DevOps job salary? And right now in 2022, the market is very hot for DevOps. Okay, so I have personally known people. So let's just divide it into subsections. Okay, so 1 to 3 years, 3 to 6 years, and then 6 years to 8 years, and after that 10 years. All right. So in 1 to 3 years, if you go for a service-based company, all right, you already know that what is service-based company and what is product-based company. You already know an idea. If a mass recruiter hires you, I think they will give you some 3.1, 3.2, 3.75 lakhs. Okay. And then they train you, like companies who train you on stuff, and then they give 3 lakhs or so. Let's not talk about that. All right. If you're going in a startup or something as a fresher, learning these tools, and then within 6 months to 1 year, you started learning almost everything, you can get up to 4 to 6 lakhs very easily within 1 or 2 years of experience. All right. Then you move from 3 to say 6 years of experience. I have hired people in other companies. I've taken interviews in other company who has got up to 15 lakhs at the experience of less than 6 years. 15 lakhs at the experience of 6 years. So this is what I have had. After that, when you talk about senior positions, like from 7 years to 8 years, it starts from 15 lakhs and it goes till 40 lakhs easily. So people who have been thinking that, okay, how much I can grow in SRE or in DevOps job, from 8 to 12 years, you can easily look for 30 to 40 lakhs and even more than that. And once you become an architect out of it, DevOps architect plus cloud architect, the opportunities are huge, seamless. I mean, you can crack up to 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs or something. So it totally depends which company you are applying. It totally depends what skill set do you have. And as I've already said, I'll reiterate it. Every company has their own definition of DevOps or an SRE. SRE is Site Reliability Engineer. All right, it's a word coined by Google. So every company has their own definition, and a few companies call people DevOps because they just click on Jenkins and the build will run and they'll get the result. From 1 to 2 years, 2 to 3 years, this is fine. But if you want to grow into this field, this there is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, which I talked about. You need to learn, and then salaries are seamless. I'll just again reiterate. For like 2 to 3 years, up to 6 lakhs, you can easily go at somewhere around 5 to 10 years you can easily go till 30, and after that you can go 40, 50, and totally depending on your company. Okay, so this is the average DevOps salary for people. Okay, any other question? When an intern is taken for DevOps role, what is their roles and responsibility? Will they be handling any project? Great question. Let's say I have taken you as an intern for DevOps role. So what I'll do is, first of all, you won't be given any higher environment work. So do not be confused that they'll just directly put you into some kind of production role. No. First of all, if you are an intern, there would be someone to lead you. Let's say there is a team lead or a manager. What he will do is you just have to shadow him. Okay. So if the manager is there, he will tell you, okay, these are the tools and technologies that we used. What he will ask you, okay, he'll give you either a Udemy account, he'll give you a Pluralsight account, or some other account. He'll ask you to first study about these tools. So let's say if you are a fresher and do not know much about it, I'll just give you these tools and technologies, and I'll ask you, like, within 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, please study all of them and be ready. And after 2 or 3 weeks, once you have done with it, I'll explain you the whole project. There will be project KT. In that KT, I'll ask you, okay, this is your roles and responsibilities. So if you are intern and you want to have a roles and responsibility, so the first thing would be monitoring in terms of, okay, this is the Slack channel. Slack is again something through which we talk inside a company. It's something like Skype, something like Teams, something like Google Chat and Google Hangouts, something like that. Okay, and they'll ask you to monitor stuff first understand how the system works, and then they'll give you access for their GitHub code. In GitHub code, what they'll do is they'll show you, okay, this is the code, and just try to understand, because there would be already existing pipelines, and they'll ask you, okay, this is the pipeline, this is the first step, what is happening, checking out of code. Second step, what is happening, building of code. Third, what is happening, testing of code. After that, deployment. After that, release. So he'll ask you to understand stuff, and once you are there over for 6 months to 1 year, they'll ask you to, the manager or the team lead will ask you to shadow you. So for example, if I am the team lead and you are a DevOps intern under me, what I'll do is I'll do the deployment and I'll ask you to follow me. Follow in the sense, you just have to wait and watch what is happening. I'll just do tick, 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 and this is what is happening, this is what is happening. And either I'll record a session, or either I'll ask you to have a pen and paper, and then after that you just have to write what exactly I did. 2 to 3 times I'll do. In the 4th time, I'll ask you to do it and I will follow. So I will shadow you. So you will start doing, and then at every step you can confirm, okay, Ravish, this is what I'm doing. Is it correct? I'll say yes. You go forward. And 2-3 times after explaining you, I think from 5th or 6th time, you would be able to do the deployment. And this comes over like 1 year, 2 years, something. So as a DevOps intern, these would be your DevOps roles and responsibility. One more thing, you need to know how we have our branching strategies, how we use dev branch, how we use master branch, release branch, how many branches do we have, how we do feature branch, how we do back merge. One very good question people get asked in an interview, that what is the branching strategies in terms of when your code goes for a toss goes for a toss means failure in the production environment. How will you do it? Will you cut a branch from dev? Will you cut a branch from production? So these are the roles and responsibilities that an intern needs to know. So do not worry about it. As an intern, you learn a lot, and after 1 or 2 years, you have given production-based responsibilities. Okay, another question is, I think it went away. Should one complete learning all tools at once and then start giving interviews? What do you suggest? Okay, good question. As I said, that if you have already divided your work into your learning into phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So there is something known as connecting the dots. Okay. Now, how do you connect the dots in DevOps? First, learn a scripting language. Just do scripting work. Do not learn anything because you won't be able to connect the dots. Learn scripting. Finish it in 1 week, or if it's easier, then you can. Totally depends on how much hours you are putting, how much grind you have in yours, how much hustle you can do. So give it 3-4 days. After that, learn another scripting language. After that, learn another programming language, and then learn build tool. After that, need to learn Jenkins. Once you learn Jenkins, you would be able to create a project, and all of these things, all of these dots, this build was a dot, your scripting was a dot, your Python programming was a dot. This was dot. So you will connect all the dots, and then you will understand the process of continuous integration and continuous delivery. So if you're someone who is just starting, do one thing at a time. Even when I was a fresher, fresher in terms of DevOps, not exactly in terms of fresher in the industry, I thought that okay, I can learn stuff into that. And a lot of people, what they do is they create some kind of timetables in which say, okay, 15 days I have, and then what I'll do is I'll do this in 15 days, I'll do this in 5 days, 5 days, and I'll be a DevOps engineer. No, that does not happen. So this is what you need to learn, and I think within a period of 2 months, for an entry level, or 1 or 2 years, you would be able to start giving interviews. Now before giving interviews, there is one very famous saying that victory loves preparation. So if you want to be victorious, if you want to be victorious in an interview, start looking for videos in which DevOps interview questions are there. Start looking for just Google it out questions, and then try to do a mock interview. Mock interview in the sense, someone from the some of your senior can ask you interview. You can stand in front of mirror and then start talking. Okay, what is Git? Okay, how does Git work? What is Git merge? What is the difference between Git merge and Git fetch? How will my branching strategy will work? If there is a failure, how will it work? So take a period of around 1 or 2 months in which prepare at least phase one, and then start giving interviews. Do not go and interview like this. Okay, okay, sir, I have an intent to do. I am a very good programmer. I will learn everything. I will do the work. Do not do that. Show them stuff. Show them that you have already done it. Show them that in the first year you have done this. Okay, let's say first year is everyone is naive, and in the freshman nobody generally, we just figure out, okay, oh, I'm in a college, I'll do masti and stuff. So don't do that. In the second or third year, if you create some kind of program, show them, okay, this is what we have done, and then you learn. Just go one by one and not at all once. Okay, any other question? What do you tell women getting into DevOps job after a career break? Okay, great question. So if you're talking about women, especially, for example, what happens is career break. Sometimes that happens when women get married. They get some kind of maternity leave, and after that they take care of the child, and after that there is some 1 or 2 or 3 years of gap inside that. Again, the same process. If you want to go inside DevOps, create create the phases and divide the time period. Okay, you have to have a goal. Do not dream about it, just have to have a goal that within a period of 5 months, within a period of 6 months, depending on your for example, like if you have to take care of a child as well, and when the child is young, you have to take a lot of care of the child, sorry. And then what happens is there is a lot of distraction that happens. So design a period. For example, if you're married and then you have a kid, give it to someone else. For example, you can give it to your husband, you can give it to the in-laws and stuff. They can take care of that for around 1 or 2 hours, and then in those 1 or 2 hours just study. Do not have any sort of distraction. And you already have a career break. In that career break, just start making a portfolio out of it. 3 to 6 months. In those 3 to 6 months, what you can do is create all those scripts. So even if you write 1+1, even if you write A+B, write that in a proper program, shell file, that batch file, or that PowerShell file, put it on GitHub. Create a repository, put your code over there, because at the time of interview, you can say, okay, this is the career break that I have to, but in the last 1 year is too much. I'm saying within 6 months you can get it. I have done this and I'm ready to roll in the world of DevOps. You need an opportunity. And there are people, if the guy is genuine, if the interviewer is genuine, because I think if you're already on a break, then you would be what do we call that, immediately available. And then immediately available people are given preference on that. So if you can show them that, okay, I have taken a break of 1 year, 3 years or something, then you can easily show them your portfolio. Okay, this is what I have done, these are the scripts that I have run, these are the code that I have written, these are the projects, this is my war file. Even if I can show you something running on my desktop. So when you give an interview, share your screen and show them, okay, this is what I have done, this is the project. And once the people who are interviewing you get inside that will look the application, they will ask question on that. So you can just create an environment out of it that people will start asking question on that, and you will definitely get hired. It does not depend on your break. It will depend how much grind you have done in the last 6 or 4 months. So women who have taken break due to any sort of urgency, even not women, even men who take some kind of sabbatical for like 6 months, 1 year, and then they want to come back to some other profession, because technology moves very fast. Within 6 months, within 1 year, a lot of things get changed. All right, so you just have to be aware of it, create a portfolio on your GitHub, and then you can easily move to a world of DevOps. Okay, job portals you suggest for DevOps and cloud job. Okay, so if you are working in India, and the most famous one is Naukri.com, and Naukri.com has a lot of jobs. Even it's one of my portals that not my portals, one of the portals that I have applied to, and the other one is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is kind of my favorite. Why? Because the JD is almost clearly written, and a lot of things are like whenever you want to apply this, just take your resume from there and put it on website. You don't have to do tuck 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 and fill everything. So in fact, it's very easy for me to do that. I think a few things like this is on Naukri.com, but I like the UI part. So LinkedIn is very much, which I suppose to apply, and then Naukri.com, and then there's something known as Indeed.com. It's kind of famous in the US side, and then Monsterjob.com. I think Monster Job. You can just Google it out. So these are the one of the famous ones. And if once you can see and search on those platforms on the job portals, what you can do is some of them redirects you to the website. And if you do not find any job opening in sometimes what happens is the job opening is not available on on the portal on LinkedIn or on Indeed.com, on Monster.com or Naukri.com. You can directly go to website, and then in the career section you can apply it. So that's one of the things that you can do for job application. Okay, what do you have to finally for all the DevOps aspirants? Okay, so at the end, I would like to say that keep on hustling, keep on learning the new tools. Do not limit yourself to one technology. And I've seen a lot of people who study Jenkins and worked on Jenkins, and then they say, okay, I won't work on TeamCity. As an individual, I have worked on TeamCity, I've worked on Jenkins, I've worked on Azure DevOps, the whole life cycle. I've worked on AWS DevOps, I've worked on Octopus Deploy, and a lot of other things. Create a portfolio in such a way that you know almost everything. Okay, be a jack of trades and a master of one technology. That's what I'm going to say in terms of DevOps. And if there are two types of contributors in the industry. One is an individual contributor, which is known as IC role. In that, you need to know almost everything, and then you in the other role you contribute for something for one technology. Okay, so I would like to say that in the phase one, you at least as a DevOps in the phase one, you at least need to know almost everything. And as your experience begins goes higher, like 8 to 10 years, you need to know till phase three. And at one point, you won't do all of this work. You would like to architect, because as you grow for 8 to 10 years, 12 years, 13, they will ask you system design questions. And system design, you don't have to write code. They'll ask you, okay, create an Uber app. How will you do it? So you have to do create. Okay, this is the first thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to create an user data. I'll take user data, and then I'll take a database, and then for the load balancer, I'll take this. I'll take information from the driver. I'll take information from this and that. That's you're going to take. So my last advice would be just keep learning, keep hustling, and do not limit to one technology, because every company has its own definition of DevOps. People who might be working on Jenkins might have to work on TeamCity or Octopus Deploy or something, or Azure DevOps or AWS DevOps. You have to have a DevOps mindset, and you just have to have an SRE or DevOps mindset. How things work, just your basics should be clear, because a lot of this happen this in an interview. You might not be knowing the technology, but then you can answer in such a way, okay, I have worked on something like this, so in your scenario it would be something like this. And sometimes that arrow hits the bullseye. So that's you need to know. So that would be my final advice to you guys. Okay, I think the questions are done over here. So thanks, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to drop your comments in the comment section, and I'll try to address that. Do follow me. Do check my account, Logic Ops Lab. I make videos related to DevOps and cloud. I have a 2-year roadmap, and then in that I'll be posting more videos, almost 2 to 3 videos every week. And so yeah. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you in some other video on talking on some other technology next time.
Thanks, Ravish, for your words of wisdom. I hope it will help a lot of people who are looking for some guidance in the field of DevOps. Uh, as Ravish said, it is all about connecting the dots. So we have a community member with us who has shared a CI/CD pipeline. Uh, I hope you like it.
Hi, Monica. Welcome to the community. So we are doing a lot of re-engineering. Thanks for your hand on all POC in cloud and DevOps. As part of this session, so can you help us, our community members, to see how to install the CI/CD as part of Jenkins, and how to configure it, and how to implement, and how to integrate, and how to automate the deployment in CI/CD? And also you can explain where people can go and refer all the commands. We will publish it in the GitHub and comment section. So of course, first you introduce yourself so that community people will know.
Yeah, Vijay. Thank you, Vijay. I'm Monica, of course, Cloud Prasad. Always, I used to deep dive in any of cloud or DevOps re-engineering. Today, I'm going to help community to understand how to implement DevOps pipeline and how to automate application deployment in CI/CD. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yeah. So you can minimize and first to show what you are going to show it in hands-on.
Sure. And today I just want to implement the CI/CD pipeline. And for this, the cloud platform I choose is AWS. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Yeah. This is the place where we can launch the instance and see. For this, I need two servers. One is for Jenkins and one is for Tomcat. I'm going with the OS Rocky Linux.
So here, can you tell community members why we need a Rocky Linux rather than CentOS? That is important because
The
people,
reason, yeah,
yeah,
the reason
people,
is CentOS is getting depreciated, and most of the CentOS is now following the Red Hat. So because of that reason, I choose Rocky Linux because we can the same part how we means people might be using CentOS may feel that they might adjust it to that CentOS and they need the same type of version. And we can say this is the doppelganger of Rocky Linux. So I'm choosing this Rocky Linux.
yeah.
I hope
So
you understand.
basically,
Yeah.
CentOS and Rocky Linux, those who are doing all their learning as a free in CentOS, they can very well do in Rocky Linux. So
Yes.
the same. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to the AWS marketplace. Let me go with the Rocky Linux 8. Select. See, choose a Amazon machine image. You are going with the Rocky Linux. And next, instant type. See, for Jenkins server mission, we require 2 GB of CPU and 4 GB of RAM. So I'm selecting the 2 T2 medium. And next, going with configure instance details. As if no, please make it as same. Next, go with add storage. In the add storage, I want the disk size of 40 for Jenkins mission and click on add tags. See, the name should be very relevant one. It can be anything, but it should be understandable. As if now I'm keeping Jenkins. And next, click on configure security groups. In configure security groups, I'm going with all traffic, but for your production, you can go with your required thing and click on review and launch.